Facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. We're facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets, Avarax and Kadaku. I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem? No. Splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets, Avarax and Kadaku. I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem? No, Captain. Tyranids! My pledge is eternal service. Xenos inbound! Eviscerate this abomination! Come forth and be slaughtered! Open the gates. Care to see who can slay more Xenos for the Chiron? I got a piece of that statue.
Looks pretty cool.
Hold them back, damn it! For Ultramar! For the Emperor!
The North American continent, in particular the United States, has some of the most majestic mountain ranges and other natural terrain in the world. They also have rumors of intricate ancient tunnel networks that seem to extend for miles deep under the ground. Even stranger and more intriguing, there have been multiple claims of the discovery of many remains of giants and humanoid entities up to 12 feet tall. What's more, these remains were often discovered in gigantic tombs, some of which even had symbols and markings that were remarkably similar to those found in ancient Egypt. Could there be a connection between those 2 worlds? There have been discoveries of gigantic remains all over the planet. However, several of the most intriguing have occurred in the cave systems of the United States. Each of these discoveries is unique and documented, and each contains details and descriptions that match each other, suggesting that what we know as the modern-day United States was once home to a race of giants. And what's more, this race of giants might have existed as far back as 80,000 years ago. One of the most intriguing of these discoveries occurred in 1931 when Bruce Russell, a retired physician from Ohio, along with Dr. Daniel Bovey, discovered a cave system connected by an intricate tunnel network in Death Valley, California. Of much more importance, however, was the discovery of human skeletal remains that were around 9 feet tall when the pair finally fully explored the cave system a decade and a half later. A report of the discovery appeared in the August 5, 1947 edition of the San Diego Union newspaper following a public speech at the Transportation Club in Los Angeles by Howard E. Hill, in which he revealed that the two men had recorded 32 different tunnels across an approximate area of 180 square miles. According to the report, these remains were clothed in garments resembling a jacket and trousers that extended to just below the knees. They were made from something similar to sheepskin, although it was determined that the material had come from an unknown animal. As the pair navigated the tunnel networks of the cave system, they came upon another cavernous chamber that appeared to them to be some kind of a ritual hall. They would discover various artifacts as well as markings and symbols on the walls that were almost identical to those used by Masonic orders. What's more, there were also skeletal remains of several animals, including what appeared to be a saber-toothed tiger. Russell determined that the remains in the chambers were approximately 80,000 years old, although the details of his reasoning for this are not fully known. Howard Hill claimed that several of the preserved remains were removed from the cave system for further study, although their current location remains unknown. 2 decades previously, in 1911, a similar discovery had been recorded at the Lovelock Cave in Nevada, one of the oldest cave systems in the entire North American continent. 2 miners, David Hart and James Pugh, were in the cave system searching for guano that could be used for gunpowder. However, they got much more than they bargained for when they came upon several mummies that stood 10 feet tall in a large cavernous room. Even stranger were the giant hand markings on the walls and the huge sandal-like shoes on the floor. Realizing they had stumbled onto something highly unusual, the pair reported their find to Alfred Kroeber, the founder of the anthropology department of the University of California. The following year, the first official archaeological excavation went ahead, led by Kroeber. As well as the remains of the giant mummies, around 60 standard-sized mummies were also found, as well as multiple tools and even weapons. A second, more extensive dig took place in 1924, with a full report being published 5 years later in 1929. It made for remarkable reading. Among the many items they discovered and cataloged was a donut-shaped stone that had 365 clear marks notched into it evenly around the outside edge, combined with 52 notches, again, evenly spaced on the inside. This would clearly suggest a modern calendar long before such a calendar was widely used. Several carbon dating tests had also taken place, with the results being equally startling. It was determined that whoever the civilization that these remains belonged to at the Lovelock Cave, they likely existed there at least as far back as 1500 BC and could possibly have still been present as late as the start of the 16th century. What is particularly interesting about this find are the legends of the tribes native to the area. Legends they speak of as historical fact of red-haired giants who were said to have perished following a great battle where Lovelock Cave is today. Might the remains of those red-haired giants have been discovered by the 2 miners and their professor friend from the University of California?
Ladies and gentlemen, Asian Dog said trying to rap while you 30 is crazy. What you rapping at 30, that's crazy. No, I don't think rapping at 30 is crazy. It's a lot of successful rappers that are, 30 and up, approaching 30. You ain't gonna stay in your 20s forever. It ain't gonna happen. I tell you what is crazy. Rapping when you can't damn rap. That's crazy. Rapping and not being able to read a damn contract. That happens too often. That happens way too often. That right there. You know what I mean? That rapping and not being able to read the contract. Rapping and not knowing where your money is. That's crazy. That right there. You know what I mean? We've seen the stories too many times. Why are we still doing this? You understand? Now, you rapping and you don't know where your money is. I ain't talking about her. I'm talking about in general. Okay? I'm not sniping at her. I know, I'm just saying. If you 30, but I mean, but we all know people who, trying to rap, be they young or old, and just can't do it. And, Ain't nothing wrong. I mean, but there's nothing wrong with pursuing a dream. Pursue that. If that's where your heart is, go after it and go after it with everything you got. You know, don't think just because you 30, you can't do something. No, 30 might be your move. There's a lot of 30-year-olds, a lot of people in there.
Come on out, bud.
I insist on being here when they're born. Come on. Come on. Come on, little one. Come on. Come on. Come on, little one. Come on. Come on, then. Come on, then. Very good. Push. Push. Very good.
God.
Push. Come on. Come on.
I is hammered.
Come on, then.
All right.
There you are.
No.
There you are. The imprint on the first creature they come in contact with. That's it.
Oh
It's
boy.
a drunken driver getting out the car like a bloody fucking moron.
After Naruto's intense battle with pain, which resulted in the destruction of parts of Konoha and left many villagers injured, the village is in a state of recovery.
Spoilers.
The devastation caused
Turn
by the
away.
battle is evident, but signs of rebuilding are also visible. As Naruto approaches the village's entrance, tired of the fight, he began to fall. At that moment, Kakashi appears, putting him on his back and telling him to rest. Naruto's demeanor is a blend of exhaustion and determination, a testament to the toll the battle took on him. As news spreads that Naruto has emerged victorious against pain, villagers gather at the entrance of the village, eagerly awaiting his return. The crowd's excitement grows as they catch sight of Naruto. Cheers and applause erupt.
This is dumb. I hate
A
that.
teen who was arrested for murder
I hate those
on May the
AI
23rd,
voices.
2023 claimed that his family members
Make your
were
own character.
cannibals
Come on.
while speaking with Texas law enforcement. On the day in question, a member of the family, identified as Lisbeth Olalde, failed to show up for work. When her colleague, Joseph Flyder, went to her Texarkana home, he knocked on the door but received no response. Flyder subsequently forced his way into the house, where he was confronted by Lisbeth's brother, Cesar Olalde. 18-year-old Cesar allegedly pointed a gun at the man while brandishing a knife, ranting about how he thought his family was going to eat him. Local police arrived at the residence located at 563 Lemon Acres Lane at around 10:48 a.m., followed by members of various law enforcement agencies. According to an arrest affidavit, while Cesar was barricaded inside, he called the authorities saying he shot his family. A negotiator from the Bowie County Sheriff's Department eventually convinced him to surrender. Officers then entered the premises and found 4 deceased individuals, including Cesar's parents, Ruben Olalde and Ida Garcia, his older sister Lisbeth, and younger brother Oliver. NBC News reported that the victims appear to have been shot at different places within the house and then dragged to the bathroom. Several spent cartridge casings were scattered on the floor with blood spatter on various surfaces. The suspect was incarcerated locally at the Bi-State Jail on a $10 million bond. The case's investigation was still ongoing upon recent updates. Number 20. Christian Sims and Ashley Morrison. Texas teenager Christian Sims was accused of fatally shooting his grandmother in December of 2014, along with his girlfriend, Ashley Morrison. 66-year-old Annie Lois Sims of Paris, Texas, died from multiple gunshot wounds at her Powderly home. The teen couple stole Annie's car and fled, but were apprehended on December the 18th in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Lamar County investigators reportedly used their credit card activity to track them to a local motel. They signed a waiver of extradition from Tulsa County back to Lamar County on the afternoon of December the 22nd. They were charged with murder, and on October the 18th of 2016, Christian pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Morrison was convicted in April of 2017 and received a 30-year sentence. However, a mistrial was declared after the county district attorney requested the judge have her court proceedings moved to a different county, as the number of potential jurors to choose from was small and impartiality would thus be hard to ensure. After her conviction was reversed, her case was sent back to court for a new trial. In November of 2018, Morrison pleaded guilty in exchange for a sentence no longer than 30 years. Number 19. Brian Vaughn. In August of 2018, 16-year-old Brian Vaughn from Wisconsin posted on Facebook that he'd be causing trouble in the streets of Milwaukee for the remainder of the year and into 2019, after cutting off the GPS bracelet he'd been wearing as a result of a juvenile offense. Vaughn drove a stolen pickup truck with 2 passengers. They proceeded to steal a woman's purse, then drove off, reportedly reaching speeds of approximately 80 miles per hour along North 17th Street. After running a red light, Vaughn collided with another vehicle, killing 41-year-old Garrett Borblit and leaving Borblit's 31-year-old passenger critically injured. The team was arrested on the city's south side after weeks of evading law enforcement and several fruitless high-speed chases. On April the 7th of 2021, County Circuit Judge Michelle Havas sentenced Vaughn to 25 years in prison and 20 years on extended supervision. Havas said that the teen had the worst record she'd seen for someone his age, which included 7 delinquencies. Number 18. Aaron Nathaniel. A grieving father whose adolescent son was cruelly murdered on a Brooklyn basketball court ultimately forgave the killer, 18-year-old Aaron Nathaniel, after his sentencing on May the 9th of 2022. The killing occurred shortly before 4 p.m. on September the 21st of 2018 when teen Oluwadurotimi Joseph Oyebola was shooting hoops with friends before heading off to a Brownsville church. As captured by surveillance footage, Nathaniel approached Oyebola, raised his arm and indiscriminately opened fire before fleeing the scene. One of the bullets reportedly entered Oyebola's head. Emergency medical services rushed the victim to Brookdale Hospital where he succumbed to his wounds. Almost 2 weeks after the shooting, Nathaniel told law enforcement what happened and admitted that the teen wasn't his intended target. He was arrested and arraigned on charges of second-degree murder and second-degree criminal possession of a weapon. He pleaded guilty to the former on April the 6th of 2022 and was sentenced to 10 years to life in prison the following month. Number 17. Arath Jurahui. A 21-year-old homicide suspect from El Paso, Texas had been on the run for 3 years by the time he was apprehended in October of 2021 while coming back from Mexico. Arath Jurahui appeared on El Paso's weekly list of most wanted fugitives more than 20 times during his time on the lam after allegedly killing 19-year-old Jose Guadalupe Riazola in Horizon City back in 2018. Jurahui, aged 17 at the time, was thought to have fled to Mexico. On April the 14th of 2018, Riazola was discovered dead from multiple gunshot wounds in the Montana Vista Desert, where the Major Crimes Unit found bullets and a memory card that contained pictures of Jurahui. After a week-long investigation, detectives learned through various witnesses that the suspect and the victim were both members of the Bloods gang. Jurahui allegedly targeted Riazola for not displaying proper gang attire, snitching, and not following his instructions in other matters. Reportedly fearing retaliation, Jurahui absconded to Ciudad Juarez at about 4 p.m. on October the 25th of 2021. He was recognized by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents at the Bridge of the Americas during a vehicle inspection. As a citizen of the United States, he was handed over to El Paso County Sheriff's deputies who took him into custody on a murder warrant. He is being held at the El Paso County Jail downtown on an $80,000 bond according to a jail log. He pleaded guilty to a murder charge and received a 25-year sentence on March the 27th of 2023. Number 16. Diane Zamora and David Graham. A violent confrontation unfolded in Mansfield, Texas on December the 4th of 1995, marking the culmination of a contentious love triangle involving Diane Zamora and her unfaithful boyfriend David Graham. The couple, both aged 17, had begun dating in August and announced their engagement to their families a month later. On November the 4th, Graham gave his cross-country teammate Adrienne Jones a ride home after a regional meet. During the drive, he allegedly stopped the car and the two had intercourse. The following month, after being questioned by Zamora, Graham admitted to cheating on her. His girlfriend subsequently screamed, hit her head against the floor and shouted, "Kill her, kill her!" The pair subsequently attempted to get in touch with Jones. On the night of December the 3rd, Jones agreed to meet with Graham after he called her and invited her to accompany him on a drive to Joe Pool Lake. They reached their destination at around 12:30 a.m. Unbeknownst to Jones, Zamora was hiding in the trunk of the vehicle. When the car stopped, the teen emerged from the hatchback and confronted Jones about her tryst with Graham. According to Zamora, Jones admitted to being intimate with him and said she felt guilty. A struggle then ensued, during which Jones was struck on the head. After initially fighting back, she got out of the car and made a run for it into a nearby field, whereupon Graham produced a handgun and fatally shot her. In the aftermath of the murder, the couple cleaned up the car, disposed of their bloody clothes, and went home. Hours later, Jones's body was discovered in an open field on Seaton Road. The medical examiner determined that the victim had a blunt traumatic head injury and 2 gunshot wounds, one of which entered right between the eyes. The perpetrators avoided facing justice until the following year. Graham had been attending the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, while Zamora was at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, where she confessed to murdering Jones to 2 of her roommates. Authorities arrested the high school sweethearts on September the 6th of 1996. They were held at the Tarrant County Jail for capital murder. In 1998, at the beginning of the case's court proceedings, the mother of the victim requested that the death penalty be removed as a sentencing option. In separate trials in February and July of that year, Zamora and Graham were found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, with parole eligibility after serving 40 years. Number 15. Jeremy Lamont Warren. 18-year-old Naquasia Jacobs and her younger sister, Tramikia, went to the window of their second-floor apartment in Texas on February the 24th of 2018, only to be shot at from below. It was about 2 p.m. when the sisters initially heard a noise from outside their flat, located at 5710 Highland Hills Drive in Dallas. Upon looking out the window, gunfire erupted, with bullets hitting Naquasia in the torso and Tramikia in the back. Both were taken to the hospital, where the former was pronounced dead. The only lead that investigators found was a surveillance video of the incident. The footage showed a man wearing a black hoodie and talking to another person prior to the outbreak of gunfire. The individual fled in a white Dodge Charger in the shooting's aftermath. After several months of investigation, Dallas police announced that they connected 19-year-old Jeremy Lamont Warren to the crime. At the time, he was already in custody on unrelated charges. Upon being accused of shooting the 2 sisters, Warren had his original bail raised to $150,000. During court proceedings on August the 4th of 2021, the teen didn't deny that he'd shot at the girls, but told the jury that his intended target was the girls' stepfather. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison, but would be eligible for parole after serving 30 years. Number 14. Madison Barnett. In February of 2023, an Oklahoma woman in her late 70s suffered a violent attack at the hands of a teenage couple. The elderly woman had reportedly been controlling how much time her granddaughter, 18-year-old Madison Barnett, spent with her boyfriend. This angered the 17-year-old boy and set the events that would eventually lead to the attack into motion. On the day of the violence, Barnett and her grandmother were driving the former's boyfriend back home. According to Oklahoma City Police, the boyfriend grabbed a rope and attempted to strangle the grandmother twice. The woman blocked the rope by lifting her hands up, at which point her granddaughter punched her in the face, leaving a visible mark on her neck. The victim was able to escape and call 911. Simultaneously, the couple fled to a drainage ditch, where law enforcement later found them. As they were being arrested, the male suspect allegedly threatened the officers, telling them he wanted to strangle them, slit their throats, and cut their heads off. The couple were booked at the Oklahoma County Jail without bail, facing an aggravated assault and battery charge. Additionally, Barnett was facing a charge of poisoning. It was learned through the boyfriend's brother, Antonio Mojica, that the couple had planned to kill the woman on several occasions. In one instance, they put pills in her drink in an attempt to poison her. Mojica said that the whole ordeal was very disturbing and upsetting. Number 13. Joseph DeMario Cates.
Your
17-year-old
granddaughter tried to
Joseph
take your
DeMario
life.
Cates from North Carolina posed as a cell phone salesman online and lured a 19-year-old to a secluded spot
shit.
where he shot, robbed, and carjacked him on November the 12th of 2019. The teenager and an accomplice met with the victim at around 1 p.m. near Angier Avenue and Dale Street in Durham City. They held the victim at gunpoint and took his wallet, phone, and vehicle. Kate's pistol
it'd be
whipped the
one
man
thing
and
if it
shot
was
him
your
before
kid.
driving
You
off with
raised
the
it.
2007 Toyota Camry.
You know?
Upon spotting
partly
the
your
stolen
fault.
vehicle on North Alston Avenue, a
Your
short time
grandkid
later,
like that?
officers tried
Man.
to stop it, but it sped away. After running a red
It's
light,
messed up.
Cates crashed the Camry into a patrol car which hadn't been involved in the pursuit. The patrol car spun around and was hit by the Camry a second time. Cates wasn't injured, but the officer in the car he struck was taken to the hospital. The teen suspect was arrested at the scene and was placed behind bars at the Durham County Jail on a $150,000 bond. He was charged with robbery with a dangerous weapon, assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injuries, possession of a stolen motor vehicle, and conspiracy to commit robbery. Cates' accomplice was still at large as of the most recent updates. Number 12. Heavenly Arroyo. In October of 2019, a New York teen allowed her impatient and agitated state to devolve into violence, during the course of which she repeatedly stabbed a woman from Fall River, Massachusetts. Heavenly Arroyo had been staying in Fall River at a home that belonged to her great
Heavenly?
uncle. It was part of the
Okay.
housing community
Okay,
connected
okay.
with Father Diaferio
Let's pause
Village.
this. Parents, especially you ladies out there, I know you think you have just a brilliant freaking ideas about what to name your kid. Don't. Okay? Don't. How about just Tim? Or Jim? Or Betty? Huh? I tell you, if you name your kid one of these names, or like something like Serenity, which sounds good on paper, right? It's not gonna pan out. It's not. Stop naming your kids these things.
Where the relatives of her great uncle's lover were staying. Among the house's occupants was 68-year-old Ana Vasquez Rodriguez and her grandson. On October the 6th, Arroyo's great uncle and his girlfriend were taking Arroyo to her hometown to
She's
visit a
smiling.
relative and procure legal documents to formally adopt her.
Fucking
The
psycho.
trip was delayed due to car problems, which caused the teen to become increasingly bothered and restless. Upon arrival at the relative's house, Arroyo retrieved a pair of scissors, went up to Vasquez Rodriguez's room, and viciously stabbed her. Arroyo then showered, got rid of her clothes in a dumpster nearby, and told the victim's grandson that his grandmother wasn't well. He subsequently went to check on her and immediately called 911 after discovering his grandmother in horrific condition. Authorities responded to the scene at 220 Johnson Street at about 5 p.m., whereupon they found the elderly woman with multiple stab wounds. They rushed her to Charlton Memorial Hospital, where she ultimately died. Initially, Arroyo claimed she was outside with the dog and witnessed a masked man fleeing from the home, but while in custody, she reportedly made a series of inculpatory, spontaneous admissions. Her involvement was later corroborated through surveillance video the local housing authority shared with investigators. In January of 2023, Arroyo, who was 18 at the time, pleaded guilty in Fall River Superior Court and was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 19 years. Number 11. Brooke Higgins and Sienna Johnson. Brooke Higgins of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, plotted with another girl to attack students and teachers at Mountain Vista High School in December of 2015. According to court documents, the 16-year-old spoke to friends about wanting to commit a mass shooting while idolizing Columbine High School shooters Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. A fellow student, Sienna Johnson, also aged 16, planned the evil scheme with Higgins. They were both held in custody on December the 12th of 2015 on suspicion of conspiring to commit first-degree murder. According to the arrest affidavit, the teens had scheduled the attack for December the 17th. but postponed it to the following month because they reportedly didn't have any weapons. Higgins later admitted to plotting with Johnson, ultimately pleading guilty in adult court as well as in a separate juvenile court case to solicitation to commit first-degree murder. She was sentenced to 3 years in the Division of Youth Corrections on February the 8th of 2017 and got credit for over 400 days she'd already served. Additionally, she was ordered to serve 4 years of supervised probation with mental health treatment after completing her youth corrections sentence. 6 months later, Johnson pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder in juvenile court and felony menacing as an adult. She was sentenced to 5 years in youth corrections to be followed by a 4-year probation. Number 10. Emily Nicole Wilson. In the aftermath of a mass shooting at a Florida institution, a reportedly studious high schooler made extreme threats in order to buy time to prepare for a test in 2018. On February the 21st, Emily Nicole Wilson posted a gun emoji with the words Vinemont School and the supposed date of the attack in a group text on the Text Now app. After the authorities were notified, the 18-year-old was arrested on felony charges for making threats against her school in Vinemont City, Alabama.
Lock her up.
According to school
Give her
officials,
5 years just
Wilson
for the hell
wouldn't
of
be
it.
allowed to return to class. At a subsequent press conference, the Cullman County Sheriff said that the teen's actions were a result of being unprepared for an upcoming math test. Officials said that she thought sending the message would result in a school
that's the reason?
closing, which would give her
Give her
more
10.
time to study. Number 9. 4 adolescents. A robbery perpetrated by 4 adolescents on the night of March the 11th of 2022 ended with 41-year-old Michael
Midwest crime.
Craven's death in West Point,
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yep.
Craven was found lying in a ditch along Black Road with 2 gunshot wounds. He was taken to a hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. 3 juveniles
Faces
named
right
as
there.
William Austin Hill, Grayson Klutz, and Jeremy Klutz Jr. were arrested on May the 4th, as was 19-year-old Emerson Houston. They each reportedly faced a capital murder charge. After their arraignment at the Clay County Justice Court, all but Jeremy were denied bond. The latter was given a conditional bond set at $75,000 that included wearing an ankle monitor as a requirement. In July of 2022, WCBI reported that they were all indicted for capital murder. Houston, because of his age, was facing the possibility of a death sentence. Number 8. Cohen Heath and Emma Kenner. 19-year-old Cohen Heath and Emma Kenner, aged 16, a transgender couple from Colorado Springs, were arrested on murder charges in April of 2020. About 4 months prior, Heath, who had a history of abusing animals, moved in with Emma and her mother, Bridget Kenner. On April the 28th, Bridget got into an argument with Emma, who ended up stabbing her mother twice in the chest. Subsequently, after the 44-year-old succumbed to her wounds, Heath asked permission from Emma to use her mother's body for his own horrendously perverse purposes. He proceeded to rummage through the deceased woman's closet, stealing clothing and jewelry for himself before absconding with his partner. When Bridget didn't show up for work, her colleague contacted law enforcement and requested a welfare check. Police responded to the Banning Lewis Ranch home where they discovered Bridget's
just,
unclothed body.
Push him into it, right? Don't get him
Remains
help.
were covered by a large
I'm
blanket
sorry,
and
I-
bloody clothes were found in the basement laundry room.
Probably
Additionally,
be
a
more
kitchen knife
respectful
with
she's
dried
dead, but-
blood was recovered from the kitchen. Authorities apprehended the teen suspects at a 7-Eleven store a mile away from the scene of the crime. According to an arrest affidavit, Heath had blood on his hand and was wearing rings and a pink sports bra that belonged to the victim. Both suspects had notable
Let's
fresh
not get him
wounds at the
help.
time of
No,
the
let's
arrest
push
as
him
well.
into
They
it.
were facing charges of murder,
'Cause that's the
accessory to
right
murder,
thing to do.
and tampering with physical
Right.
evidence. Heath was held in custody at the El
push him
Paso
in there,
County
dude.
Jail on a $506,000
What could-
bond.
what could go wrong,
while
right?
Emma was
It's not
booked
like
into Spring
die
Creek
from it or
Youth
anything.
Services. In January of 2022, Emma pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 40 years in prison. She was imprisoned at the
Where's the
Denver
father?
Women's Correctional Facility.
Ah, that's
During
right.
Heath's trial in March of
Never mind.
2022, his girlfriend testified, laying the brunt of the blame on Heath for the idea of selling her mother's belongings and making off to Texas. In her testimony, She stated that Heath told her to kill her mother if she really wanted to prove that she was a man. Heath pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. Number 7. Jeriel Dowdle. Shortly after 4 p.m. on September the 4th of 2021, police came upon 2 men who'd been shot at the Roebuck Shopping Center in Birmingham, Alabama. 21-year-old Cornelius Jashawn Hilliard and Reginald Curtis Crawford Jr., aged 26, both died at the scene of the crime located in the 9100 block of Parkway East in the Superior for Men's store. 2 others were injured but survived. Law enforcement later spotted a vehicle owned by the individual they'd identified as a suspect. After an attempted traffic stop, police were led on a chase, which concluded when the suspect vehicle crashed into a ravine near Tarrant Huffman Road at Linthicum Street. 19-year-old Jeriel Dowdle and a 17-year-old passenger were arrested for Hilliard's murder. Both were booked into Jefferson County Jail without bond. According to investigators, the deadly exchange of gunfire resulted from an argument. Crawford's death was investigated, but no charges were filed at the time of the arrest. Number 6. Anthony Oliver. Florida teen Malik Williams was gunned down at around 7 p.m. on November the 20th of 2018. The incident, which took place near his home in the 800 block of Booker Avenue in West Palm Beach, stemmed from a dispute with another man over a stolen gun. It was subsequently determined that the gun was indeed stolen. The owner of the weapon told authorities that days before the murder, a relative's friend showed up at his residence and forcibly took the gun. A week later, 19-year-old Anthony Oliver was arrested for the gun theft. He then told authorities that he and another person had confronted Williams. He denied his involvement in the murder, insisting that he didn't want to kill anyone, so he'd purposefully jammed his gun.
Totally doesn't
June
look
of
like someone that
2019,
wasn't kill somebody.
Oliver pleaded guilty to robbery and illegal possession of a firearm and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. He also pleaded guilty to other charges in unrelated cases. It wasn't until almost 2 years later that Oliver was formally accused of the fatal shooting of Williams. He was convicted of second-degree murder and was ordered to remain behind bars without bond. Number 5. Gavon Ramsey. On the morning of April the 9th of 2018, the police in Wadsworth, Ohio, received a call about a missing 98-year-old woman. Margaret Douglas's family reportedly hadn't seen her for several days. When officers arrived at the residence for a wellness check, they were unable to locate her. Douglas's nephew, Howard Leisure,
have a dog in your lap
joined
and
the
not
search
smile.
effort that evening. Upon checking his aunt's closet, he found the woman's favorite shoes underneath a pile of clothing. He realized that the shoes were attached to human feet, whereupon he discovered his aunt's lifeless body. There were bruises on her head and face. Her clothing was disheveled and torn, and there were visible trauma marks on her neck. Her wallet was missing, so investigators immediately suspected burglary as a potential motive. After the property was searched, the only usable piece of evidence found was a plastic glove, discarded at the back of the house. Subsequently, a burglary took place at a construction site nearby, where a cell phone was recovered. The device led authorities to a juvenile only identified as Zachary. After being brought in for questioning, the latter revealed that the break-in had been plotted by Gavon Ramsey, one of Douglas's neighbors. He added that Ramsey wasn't only responsible for the construction site burglary, but also a string of crimes committed before then. When Ramsey was questioned, the 17-year-old confessed to multiple crimes. Investigators looked through his phone and found images of Douglas in her home. Unbeknownst to her, the teen had gained access to her house and recorded her while she was sleeping. Ramsey stated he'd done it for the adrenaline rush. He added that when the woman awoke, he forced her to the ground and strangled her, and he was thus arrested for murder. When Ramsey's house was searched, a glove that matched the one found at the scene of the crime, as well as the woman's missing wallet, were recovered. Additionally, officials discovered a journal belonging to the suspect that contained written notes about serial killers and vivid descriptions of fantasies about violence and murder. In November of 2018, Ramsey was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Number 4. Sylvia Anaro and Jace Villafana Diaz. Police were sent to a Shell gas station in Duluth, Georgia, on the night of February the 5th of 2020 following a 911 call about gunshots on the premises. Fox 5 later reported that both the suspects and the victim had left when the police arrived just after 10 p.m. Officers were informed by eyewitnesses that a man had been shot before driving away. The victim's crashed car was found just west of the gas station in front of an apartment building on the 3700 block of Club Drive. According to law enforcement, 20-year-old Jamoon L. Winslow was discovered inside the broken-down vehicle with what appeared to be a gunshot wound. What followed were weeks of investigation during which suspects Sylvia Anaro and Jace Villafana Diaz, both aged 19, were identified by detectives. The teens were apprehended on February 18th and booked at the Gwinnett County Jail.
Gross.
They were accused of aggravated assault and felony murder. More than a week later, police were seeking a third suspect, identified as 19-year-old Jaime Manuel Jimenez. Number 3. Alicia Cooley, just before 10 p.m. On June the 5th of 2021, police in Columbus, Georgia were called to the Luther Wilson Apartments, where they discovered a deceased male. The victim, who'd been shot, was identified by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations as 21-year-old Marcel Ernst Antoine Samadi of Rock Hill, South Carolina. On January the 4th of 2022, arrest warrants were issued for 17-year-old Alicia Cooley and Corey Trope, aged 24. The former turned herself in the following day. On January the 11th, Trope was arrested in South Carolina and detained at the Muskogee County Jail 3 days later after his extradition back to Georgia. It was determined through further investigation that both suspects were members of a gang called Insane Crips. The pair and an additional 3 gang members were indicted on October the 18th in connection with the shooting of Samadi. The Attorney General said that the 5 suspects were facing a total of 52 charges that included violations of the Street Gang and Prevention Act, felony murder, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and weapons offenses. Number 2. Luis Gutierrez and Christian Saucedo. In Arlington, Texas, Qadir Hamdan was murdered in cold blood on March the 21st of 2023 after trying to help his relatives sell a car. The 55-year-old met with a pair of Texas teens who presented themselves online as potential buyers. After 18-year-old Luis Gutierrez and Christian Saucedo, aged 19, arrived at Hamdan's home, the 3 left to test drive the vehicle. Investigators surmised that as they were driving, one of the teen suspects pulled a gun and fired it at Hamdan. The victim was found at about 6 p.m. lying unresponsive in the 700 block of Port Richmond Way. He was taken to a hospital where he was subsequently pronounced dead. 3 weeks later, Saucedo was arrested at his Dallas home by the U.S. Marshals North Texas Fugitive Task Force. He was booked into the Arlington County Jail and later transferred to the Tarrant County Jail on a $500,000 bond. Meanwhile, Gutierrez had already been arrested for an unrelated offense and was held in custody at the Dallas County Jail on a total bond of $2,110,000 for charges related to both cases. If you have not yet seen our video and when having a crush goes wrong, then be sure to stay put after number 1 to watch that one as well. Number 1. Jesus Fernandez and Vanessa Macias. At around 10:30 p.m. on October the 18th of 2019, sheriff's deputies in Tulare County, California found a male juvenile who'd been shot lying in a pool of his own blood. Ignacio Lemos succumbed to wounds in his upper torso and was pronounced dead at the scene, located on Washington Avenue in early March. Homicide detectives were then called to the location to collect evidence and interview witnesses. They determined that 18-year-old Jesus Fernandez and Vanessa Macias, aged 19, were responsible for Lemus's death. At around 9 o'clock the following morning, the pair were detained following a traffic stop. After being interrogated, they were arrested. Fernandez was booked into jail on suspicion of homicide, while Macias was held in custody at the Bob Wiley Detention Facility on suspicion of accessory after the fact. Both were denied bail. The victim's mother told Action News the following day that Macias would sometimes flirt with her son, which wasn't okay with her boyfriend. After their first court appearance on October the 22nd, they were each charged with 1 count of murder and were facing the possibility of life imprisonment. Number 8. Scott Amador. Michigan man Jonathan Schmitz was invited to the taping of an episode of The Jenny Jones Show on March the 6th of 1995, in which the producers told him that a secret admirer of his would be revealed. When 24-year-old Schmitz walked on stage, it emerged that his secret crush, whom he'd assumed was a woman, was actually 32-year-old Scott Bernard Amador, a male acquaintance who lived near him in Lake Orion. Also present at the taping was their mutual friend, Donna Riley, who'd introduced the two men at an earlier date and who'd facilitated Schmitz's unwitting participation in the segment. Before he'd walked on stage, Jones had encouraged Amador to talk about the fantasies he had involving his crush. Although shaken up by the reveal, Schmitz sat next to him and the taping continued, with him claiming at one point that he definitely preferred women. 3 days later, after a night of drinking with friends, Schmitz returned to his home to find an anonymous and suggestive note on his door. He then bought a shotgun and went to Amador's mobile home to ask if he'd written it. As later indicated by court documents, the man replied with a smile. Schmitz then retrieved the shotgun from his car and fatally shot Amador in the chest. He subsequently called 911 and confessed to the killing, for which he was charged with second-degree murder. The ensuing trial attracted national attention, and Schmitz's legal team noted that he suffered from manic depression while also trying to use the gay panic defense. It argued that his violent actions had been a product of temporary insanity, triggered by the unwanted advances and public humiliation he'd experienced. They criticized the Jenny Jones showrunners for ambushing Schmitz and failing to do a background check that would have revealed his mental health issues. Prosecutors claimed that Schmitz had murdered Amador in
that
cold
show for
blood
them.
to hide an alleged secret relationship.
Take this obvious
they'd
straight
been
man
having, an aspect
and tell
bolstered
him
by the testimony of one of the victim's
person
friends.
is alive.
The jury ultimately found Schmitz
Has a crush on
guilty
him,
in
even though they know he's
1996,
straight.
and he was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in
That's-
prison. He was paroled in 2017. Amador's family sued the Jenny
This guy
Jones
messed
Show
up.
and its parent
On
companies
all
in the late
levels.
1990s. And
No.
although they were initially awarded $30 million, the decision was ultimately overturned. Number 7. Nika Nikobin. After 21-year-old Nika Nikobin and an unnamed man had started talking on the dating site Plenty of Fish, they decided to meet in person on March the 5th of 2022. They rented a room at the Sunset Station Hotel and Casino in Henderson, near Las Vegas, Nevada. The pair began having intimate relations, during the course of which Nikobin got on top of her date and blindfolded him prior to turning off the lights. He then heard the woman reach over to the nightstand and within minutes felt a sharp pain in the side of his neck. The man cried out and pushed Nikobin off him. After she'd rapidly fled the room, he called 911 upon realizing that his date had stabbed him in the neck. The man's condition wasn't detailed by the authorities, but a police report did note that he wasn't transported to the hospital. Nikobin, a woman described as being of Iranian descent, was later arrested and carried out the stabbing as revenge for the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. It led the country's Expeditionary Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps prior to being assassinated by a U.S. drone strike. In January of 2020, Nikobin was held on $60,000 bail after being charged with attempted murder, 2 counts of battery, and burglary of a business. As of April 2022, a mental competency evaluation had been ordered to determine if Nikobin was fit to stand trial. Number 6. Janice Tolton Jackson. 29-year-old Janice Tolton Jackson and a friend were at Cliff's Bar and Grill in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the early hours of January the 22nd of 2016. At some point, a man later identified as 41-year-old Charles McKinney reportedly positioned himself against Tolton
Trying to
Jackson's
train my dog to
backside
eat
in what was
flies.
described as an intrusive manner. The woman refused his advances and pushed him away. While they were both
I've
outside,
gotten
he
one dog
approached
to
her
do it.
again, but was refused once more. McKinney
And
then
that was
brandished
my
a handgun
roommate's dog.
and shot the mother of
They don't
3
live
in the
here no
chest.
more,
He
so
proceeded to run
I
away
gotta
with the
train
weapon
you.
still in his hand as Tolton Jackson's friend rushed to her
She was
side.
good, too.
The
She
woman
snatched
succumbed
him
to
right
her
out of the
injuries
air,
at the
jump
scene.
up in the air.
In the aftermath, responding officers pulled over a silver
Fly
sedan
gun.
driven by McKinney at
Now
high
you get a
speed.
treat,
As they
right?
approached the vehicle with
You
their
get this-
weapons
you get the
drawn,
bug.
the suspect overheard the dispatch
You gonna get the
transmission
bug?
about the shooting
Yep.
and drove off. After a
Wasn't
high-speed
rules.
chase through a residential neighborhood, McKinney was taken into custody. In the
some
ensuing
work.
murder trial, his defense would argue
Just
that
lazy.
he hadn't meant to shoot Tolton
No, I
Jackson,
don't want
whom
you-
was described as his friend.
No,
They
I don't
argued
want
that
you
the gun
either.
had never been pointed at the woman
Good
and that it
debug.
accidentally discharged when they hugged outside the bar. McKinney was ultimately sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison under a plea agreement in which
Where's the book?
he admitted guilt to
Where's that?
third-degree murder, gun violations, fleeing and eluding
Where's-
police, reckless endangerment, and resisting arrest.
Get the
Number
bug.
5. Valerie
You get the bug.
Rosario.
And then I'll give you what you
On
want.
February the 7th of 2022,
Nope.
an unidentified 24-year-old man
Nope.
went to an apartment in the Bronx borough of New York City to
No,
meet up with his
you're getting all
Instagram
excited for
crush,
nothing.
Valerie Rosario, with whom he'd been interacting on the platform for several months.
Get the bug.
She immediately tried to ply him with alcohol upon his arrival. And at
You
about
don't talk to
9
me.
a.m., 3 men barged into the
Go to
apartment.
bug.
They were working with 22-year-old Rosario in a plot to kidnap and rob the victim. After they'd seen him flash him money on social media, they pistol whipped the man and systematically tortured him over the course of multiple hours. The masked
What?
kidnappers placed the victim in the bathtub, where they slashed him
Oh,
about
okay.
the body with a knife and used flammable liquid to
I'm
inflict
coming.
burns to his torso, back, and legs. The attackers then moved the victim to a different location and in the afternoon FaceTimed his brother to demand a ransom of $100,000. As indicated by court papers, the police tracked down one of the kidnappers named as Javier Vargas outside an address in Queens. They found him sitting in a van armed with a knife. In the back of the vehicle, officers discovered the victim wrapped in a blanket and with tape covering his nose and mouth. The man's 24 hours of torment had left him barely breathing, but he ultimately survived. In March of 2022, Rosario was arrested on charges of kidnapping and attempted murder, to which she pleaded not guilty during her Manhattan Supreme Court arraignment. She was held without bail and due to return to court in June. Number 4. Eddie Leal. Professional boxer Eddie Leal's family reported that he was in a good mood on May the 30th of 2011 after he'd made plans to meet his Facebook crush, Rebecca Santiago, in person. He was enamored with her and felt they'd have a lasting connection. The 23-year-old headed out of his San Jacinto, California home, but his family members became concerned when he failed to return the following day. The promising bantamweight was subsequently found dead by the police in the driver's seat of his Toyota Corolla. It suffered multiple bullet wounds, and a homicide investigation was launched. The authorities traced the IP behind the Rebecca Santiago profile to an address about 100 yards from the murder scene. It ultimately emerged that the profile had been operated from a laptop owned by Manuel Guzman, then in his late teens. By using a photo of a model from the internet, the authorities didn't initially have enough evidence to tie him to the killing, but as the investigation progressed, they found that he'd inserted himself in the meetup with Leal. As Santiago, he claimed that the boxer would initially be met by her brother. The police then found a witness to whom Guzman had confessed to have created the profile, which he'd planned to use towards robbing unsuspecting men as a way of supporting his drug habit. Roughly 11 months after Leal's slaying, Guzman was arrested and charged with murder in the first degree. The prosecutors described the incident as a thrill killing, and Guzman was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in 2013. Number 3. Angie Zapata. Colorado transgender teenager Angie Zapata began talking to Alan Andrade on the mobile social network MocoSpace in 2008. She then decided to meet her crush, aged 31 at the time, in person. 18-year-old Zapata and Andrade spent roughly 3 days together, starting from July the 15th at the former's Greeley apartment. During that time, an intimate act had occurred, but Andrade eventually began to suspect that Zapata was transgender. He confronted her and was reportedly told, "I am all woman," but became enraged upon grabbing her body for proof. Andrade started beating Zapata with his fists and then repeatedly struck her with a fire extinguisher until she was dead. He then left in the victim's car, behind the wheel of which he was eventually arrested near his residence. Incriminating evidence, including the murder weapon, was found in the vehicle, and while referencing Zapata, Andrade told the arresting officers he thought he'd killed it. The confession was, however, deemed inadmissible because the police had allegedly ignored Andrade's attempt to remain silent. During his ensuing trial, the jury heard jailhouse conversations of him telling a girlfriend that gay things must die further revealing the dehumanizing regard in which he'd held the victim. Andrade was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after being found guilty of first-degree murder, hate crimes, aggravated motor vehicle theft, and identity theft. A judge added 60 years to his sentence based on 6 prior felony convictions, due to which he was considered an habitual criminal. Number 2. Marisol Benedicto. In the spring of 2011, California teen Marisol Benedicto traveled to the UK to meet David Russell, her internet crush, with whom she'd bonded over their shared love of heavy metal music, particularly the band Bring Me the Horizon. Shortly after the 19-year-old had arrived at a railway station in Northampton, Russell took her to a wooded area. While there, the man convinced Benedicto to wear a blindfold and hold her arms out, claiming he had a surprise for her. The teen excitedly did as asked, but moments later, Russell slit her throat with a kitchen knife. As Benedicto pulled away, he reportedly screamed at her, "Why won't you die? You've ruined my life forever." He then allegedly stabbed, headbutted, and struck her with a log. But the teenager mustered enough strength to stagger to a nearby house. The homeowner called the emergency services, and Benedicto, who was bleeding profusely from a 2-inch cut in her neck, ultimately survived the horrific encounter. Armed officers subsequently found Russell collapsed in his home from a suspected overdose, but he too recovered after receiving treatment. Investigators later learned that while awaiting Benedicto's arrival, Russell had searched for ways to kill someone with your bare hands, how to kill someone and get away with it, and best knife to kill someone online. The man, a reported sufferer of autism spectrum disorder, was jailed for 14 years after being found guilty of attempted murder. Number 1. Jamie Calloway. In late April of 2012, a woman from Montgomery County, Ohio, was arrested on a misdemeanor count of menacing by stalking. 33-year-old Jamie Calloway, easily identifiable by an all-capital letter tattoo of the word God on her forehead, had spent time in the county jail on separate occasions for charges that included obstruction, criminal damage, domestic violence, theft, and aggravated menacing. In March of the previous year, she'd been arrested on drug possession charges. As reported by local authorities during one of her jail stints, Calloway took a liking to a female corrections officer. After her release, she began harassing the unnamed woman, allegedly in a bid to get her attention. She was accused of calling the victim's house, sending her packages, and slashing her tires. As news of the arrest began circulating online, some users pointed to Calloway's YouTube channel as being potentially reflective of her unstable personality. She called herself Jamie Godhead Platinum on the platform and posted videos of herself ranting while displaying Bible verses. Her content also featured videos of ramblings on Satanology, Godology, and the Satanic Society. Thanks for watching. Would you rather spend a weekend with a famous personality from history or a single day with a loved one who has passed? Let us know in the comments section below.
Now, do you think this was an insulting question?
Representative Jones, I want to ask you the question is, I understand that you went into public school and you went to Harvard and Harvard Law. And the question, I guess, is, would you have been able to maybe achieve this if you were not an athlete or a minority?
I'm hoping I wasn't the only one that got shocked by that comment, that the only reason you went to Harvard is because you were black and an athlete.
I did not say that. I said, did that end up being one of the reasons? I do not know that. I asked him this.
Right. I'm just going to say one thing. Harvard had 5 rankings for their students. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when I graduated from Harvard, I was in rank 2. So I earned my place, and I did well.
Now, do you think this was an insulting question?
Representative Jones, I want to ask you the question is, I understand that you...
Filthy rodent, your speed is mine. I will tear apart reality to take it. And if I can do it,
We're gonna start by dumping 2 cans of shredded chicken into this Lay's barbecue chips.
She putting canned chicken in the chip bag.
Now we're going to pour in some barbecue sauce. We're going to add some Frank's Red Hot seasoning.
What the world is she making?
Together. Slide it out into a glass bowl. If you haven't guessed it,
Ain't nobody guessed it.
we are making boneless chicken wings.
She said boneless chicken.
So we're going to form them into little chicken wings and place them down on
Oh, my stomach bubbling.
a parchment sheet. You can really trick people with these. They'll never know the difference.
What? They gonna know the difference when they in the bathroom.
And the last one here. And for crispy out
She could have just made chicken tenders, Lord have mercy.
10 minutes. All right, we'll see you soon.
Clean that oven.
Obviously, we need a side for those chicken wings.
Now what's she doing?
Into this glass dish. All right, now here's the fun part. We're going to take our onion ring.
She making onion rings. Let's see how this go.
Alrighty, the wings are ready. Let's see how they turned out. These are boneless wings.
No, it's not. That's chips and canned chicken mushed together.
Come on, those look real.
Real where?
They're perfect on top, a little crispy on the bottom.
A little crispy. That bottom is burnt.
Nobody will ever know that these are not boneless chicken wings.
She about to eat it now. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this.
Come on.
You
Come on,
liar!
nothing.
I
I'm
saw
gonna
that.
pass on Chelsea's chip chicken.
Liar! I saw that smirk on your face like, oh my god, it's horrible.
We got shots fired.
Oh.
We got shots fired.
Gross.
Send everybody. Stop moving! Stop moving! Put your hands up!
Hi everyone, Donut here. I'm back, and Brandon apparently ran for f***ing Congress.
That's why I'm running for Congress.
We're going to talk about shootings today, because what else would we talk about? This shooting is a pretty tragic situation, so we're going to keep the jokey jokes down to a minimum. Tragic in the fact that one Fargo, North Dakota police officer lost his life, and 2 other Fargo, North Dakota officers were severely injured. They were injured by an active shooter who had an insane arsenal of weapons in his car. I wanted to show y'all something cool that's not tragic before we get into this video. I got some staccatos. I've got 2 of them because each of them are going to be going to the 2 officers who downed the Nashville mass shooter. Hell yeah, brother. God damn, these are nice guns. My dog nearly walked in front of my line of fire. Don't worry, I'm not the ATF.
Better get it.
Speaking of helping out the popo, you guys know every time I do an
Don't
ad,
get
I
treated
try
till
to
you
hook
get
up
it.
the officers who are involved in the ad. So let me ask you a question real quick. What do you use to groom your body with? Listen here, guys. Summer isn't over and you don't want your big,
the book.
dangly, weird
the
pubes
book,
hanging
I'll
out
give
the
you a
side of
treat.
your Speedo. That's where their waterproof trimmer with skin-safe
Yep.
technology comes in.
Gotta
Don't wear
get 'em,
Speedos. Coward, but you still got a beard that you need to trim up? That's where the beard hedger comes in, with all these adjustable links right here so you don't got to keep these stupid black plastic things
I
all
know,
over the
he's
place.
fast.
It's got 20 length settings.
Yeah, he's
and if you get the
fast.
Beard Hedger Pro Kit,
Yeah.
you get all these cool
Gotta
things
catch
to
'em.
help your beard out. Bombs, oils,
Gotta
combs,
catch 'em.
brushes. You get 20% off of all this and free shipping by using the code DONUT at manscaped.com. Got stinky
Get the
wobbly
boys.
bits? They have some
Where's he
Crop
at?
Preserver groin deodorant and Crop Reviver groin
Hell's
spray.
he gonna
Once
get
you're
me?
done with all the wobbly bit grooming, they have some ultra premium super soft boxers. Trust me guys, you want to make sure you're wobbly free and decide shooting. Our suspect had been Googling terms
Good
like
girl.
how
Get the
to
book.
kill. Idiot. Mass shooting events, area events, and had even been looking at an article called Thousands Enjoy First Day of
You gotta be
Downtown
quick.
Fargo Street Fair. So he
I don't know
goes
what
to
to tell
work on
you.
his master plan. He starts
can't make him
carrying
slow
what
down
he's
or
going to
nothing.
use in his huge mass shooting out to his car.
Sorry.
This included thousands of rounds of ammo, dozens of magazines,
Yeah,
3
catch 'em.
long guns, 4 pistols, 2 knives, a Walmart tactical vest with no plates, a magazine carrier,
Wow.
and what's not pictured was homemade explosives and a gas container. That can cause a lot of damage. Editor, do not put the "that's a lot of damage" meme in here. After loading up enough guns and ammo and explosives to kill many, many people, I mean, if you were smart enough, you could kill many, many people with that. But if you're a dipshit like this guy, probably not. So he jumps into his car and starts heading towards a crowded festival in downtown Fargo, intending to inflict as much damage as possible to the
Oh,
civilian
jeez.
population. But on his way to the festival, he sees 4 officers on the side of the road working a simple traffic collision and thinks to himself, you know what? I could probably win a gunfight against 4 officers. These 4 officers right in front of me. We have 1 officer right here, 1 officer right here, 1 officer over here. Of course, we're looking through 1 officer's body camera. That makes 4.
Daisy.
And then we
Oh.
have bad guy in this car right here.
Get him. Girl. Yeah, we gotta get him.
Got us.
You can see the first 3 officers that our suspect opens fire on. They're all bunched up and make for an easy ambush. I'm not saying they did anything wrong by bunching up. It's supposed to be a routine wreck report. And that's the thing about an ambush, you never see it coming.
Central, we got shots fired. Central, we got shots fired.
Now the officer, instead of freezing up, calls shot fires, pulls out his service pistol, and starts looking for the threat. If you look closely right here, you can see the suspect propped up on the open window of the silver car on the right, the one that I had circled earlier. As soon as the officer opens fire, the suspect retreats for cover behind the car.
Central, we got shots fired.
Ooh.
Central, we got a man with an AK-47. He's shooting at us.
Holy shit.
If you pay close attention to the gunshots, you can hear that they're coming in pairs of 2. This is because the bad guy has an AR with a binary trigger on it. It's a modification, meaning that when you pull the trigger, it fires a shot, and when you release the trigger, it fires another shot. The next part's going to be blurred pretty heavily because when our hero officer starts running towards the threat, the other 3 officers who were shot are lying on the ground, not moving.
Central, shots fired, shots fired. We got 3 officers down. 3 officers down. Send everybody.
The officer yet again, instead of freezing up, rushes the threat. Looks like the first volley from the officer injured the hell out of the suspect, and not only that, the officer's first shots hit the dude's rifle and disabled it.
Nice.
Stop moving! Stop moving! Put your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Fargo 534, 3 officers down.
Oh no.
But he's still moving. We need to make sure the threat is not moving at all. The officer's showing serious restraint right here with the guy still fiddling around. But he realizes he should probably do a reload. He puts some cover between himself and the suspect by moving back a little bit, does a proper reload, and then goes back to get a good angle on the suspect again. But oh shit, the suspect has now pulled a pistol and is trying to rack the slide.
Drop the gun! 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 Drop the gun!
Dude is still trying to do something with that pistol even though he's been shot a bunch of times. So the officer says, "F it, I'm gonna flank this guy and try to get some good vital shots on him because shooting him in his ass is not working." Let's go ahead and finish up the video.
Drop the gun! Send to them!
He's the only one?
He's the only one.
Again, if you don't want my commentary, I'm probably saying this too late in the video, you can go on over to Donut's Raw police footage and watch it without me.
Yeah.
Seeing as how the
Good
police
girl.
department blurred the top of the guy's
Got
head,
close.
the flank really worked. Old dude probably ain't got no brains
These
anymore.
two got
Not that
too
he
much
did
muscle.
before. In the end, 23-year-old Officer Jake Wallen
can't
was
be
shot
quick
and
enough.
killed. Officers Andrew Dodas, Tyler Halls, and 1 civilian were injured. The 2 officers who were injured have since been released from the hospital. And our hero officer, Zach Robinson, is back on duty. Zach, I'll be looking for a point of contact to talk to you. I got something cool for you. Well, everyone, that's all I got for you today. If you want to help support the channel, you can go on over to Donut, words are hard, donutoperator.com.
Crazy. They're not happy in China, boys.
It's illegal to be sad in China. No, I'm not kidding. China's made it illegal to be sad. If you express your sadness, you can go to jail, be disappeared, or worse. You see, it's called picking quarrels and provoking trouble. 寻衅滋事. It's Article 293 of the 1997 Criminal Code of the People's Republic of China. In Article 293, it says, whoever undermines public order with any one of the following provocative and disturbing behaviors is to be sentenced to not more than 5 years of a fixed term imprisonment, criminal detention, or control, willfully attacking another person, and the circumstances are bad, chasing, intercepting, or cursing another person, and the circumstances are bad, forcibly taking away, demanding, or willfully damaging or seizing public or private property, and the circumstances are serious, or creating a disturbance in a public place, causing serious disorder. And that last line is the important one. This tricky little law has been dictator Xi Jinping's calling card since he took over in 2011. However, I lived in China for 10 years and I started to see him really abusing it around 2015 and onwards. This Swiss Army knife of totalitarian laws can cover literally everything. And recently, China's been using it to silence sad people. Whether I'm on my computer or I'm on my phone, I make sure that I run a VPN. And so should you. For a limited time, you're gonna get 83%. China has now stopped reporting on youth unemployment. It's making people very sad, and you cannot talk about it anymore. A few videos back, I interviewed some Chinese people about how bad it actually was. And the long story short is, it's really bad. In fact, I went back and talked to some people in the city that I lived in, Huizhou, and it has gotten really, really terrible. It's hard to find work, and when you do find it, it is very poorly paid. In fact, some decent positions are only paying a few $100s per month. The government's response to the fact that China has one of the worst youth unemployment rates in the world, and it's getting much worse, is not to report it anymore. And if you want to make a stink about it, meaning you want to talk about it online, you want to talk about it with your friends, you want to complain about it, picking quarrels and provoking trouble. The old Swiss Army knife of laws that I had mentioned previously. And guess what? If you keep it up, you get arrested. You get disappeared. In fact, I lose contact with many dissidents that I talk to in China. But no, sorry. You cannot be sad in China. It's utopia. The same thing happened with the lie flat movement. The idea is that the government isn't gonna do anything to fix our problems. They're not gonna get us jobs, so we're gonna lie flat and we're gonna let this rot. We're gonna be apathetic. We're gonna protest by not doing anything. The youth protested the government by being apathetic. And then the government banned it. If you talk about lying flat or you shared images about it, you get arrested. You make a bigger deal out of it, and guess what? The police show up. And worse, you get disappeared. The housing market is currently collapsing in China. 2 juggernauts are going under, and that is a huge bulk of China's economy. People are losing their loans, their houses. Some people have paid and they haven't even been built yet, and they're not gonna get anything in return. This house of cards is in free fall, and if you complain, you go to jail. You cannot be sad about your lost life savings.
Crazy.
The economy is
People
currently
literally
circling
buy houses,
the toilet bowl. And
apartments
instead of being transparent to
that
let
you
people
cannot live in.
discuss their solutions,
Like literally.
the Chinese government just bans talking about it. It's obliterated
Just so
the
you can,
amount of economic
quote-unquote, own
indicators that it
property.
releases to the world to see.
Yes.
It just pulled up a massive curtain over what it's actually doing.
It's
And
crazy.
it's going back to the same levels
China's
of
bonkers,
transparency
man, with the
as Chairman
corruption.
Mao.
Bonkers.
But no, you can't be sad in China. It's utopia. In 2021, in the city of Zhengzhou, the government was showing off its amazing idea. And that idea was called sponge cities, meaning that cities simply can't flood. And guess what? It flooded. A 4-kilometer-long tunnel, completely chock full of cars, was filled to the brim in 5 minutes. It killed every single person inside. Now you do the math there. How many people do you think that is? Well, according to the government, 4 people died in that tunnel. A tunnel that was 4 kilometers long, filled to the brim with water and cars back to back in traffic. Only 4 people died. Does that logically make sense to you?
Sure
Well,
looks
later on,
like
the
4
government
people.
declared that the entire flood, the flood that displaced millions and millions of people and affected millions of people, moved them out of their homes, people died floating down the streets, the whole flood only killed 300 people in the end. If you look at the cars that were pulled out and later put on a field, you can see that not only is that simply impossible that 4 people died in that tunnel, but the most insanely, ridiculously conservative, I'm talking living in a fantasy world figure, would put it at a bare minimum of 5,000 people. In the tunnel, not just the flood, just in the tunnel alone. Not to mention the huge swath of China that was flooded. Naturally, people will want to lay flowers at the scene of the tragedy because they're mourning, they're sad, people they knew died.
Well, that's illegal too.
Well, the government didn't want people to see how many flowers were being laid. They cleared them out. That's what they thought of people's mourning. They cleared out the flowers. And when more flowers showed up at the entrance, they censored them with barriers. They literally
SeaWorld,
erected
we're doing
barriers so that people
fine.
couldn't see the flowers. They didn't want people to do the math on how many people actually died. In fact, when people questioned the death toll, people that lost family members, daughters, sons, wives, grandparents, they were arrested. Words about the numbers or floods were blocked. You see, there was a joke in the Soviet Union that people are just a number. They're not even people anymore. But in the CCP-led China, you're not even a number. You're erased from memory. You're nothing. But no, I'm wrong. You cannot be sad in China. It's a utopia. When China's most famous human rights activist and Nobel Peace Prize winner Liu Xiaobo died in a torturous Chinese prison, China blocked the candle emoji so that people couldn't mourn his death. A man who championed and stood up for the rights of the Chinese people was banned from existence. And then people couldn't even show a digital candle in his honor. You cannot be sad in China, though. It's a utopia. In 2022, millions of people across the country poured out in mourning of the victims of a fire in Western China. It was in a city called Urumqi. The victims died because the government wouldn't allow people to rescue the victims because of COVID restrictions. In fact, this happened a lot around China. People held up white pieces of paper because they knew they couldn't say or do anything, but even that was banned. The protests were squashed, they were smothered, they were stopped in their tracks. Protesters gathered on a road called Urumqi Road in Shanghai because it had the same name of the city of the fire. And the government response was to remove the sign so that people didn't see it. After they squashed the mourners' movement, they trained police to censor people with giant black sheets. If anyone showed up with a white piece of paper, I'm not making this up. But no, I'm sorry. You cannot be sad in China. It's utopia. China has banned any and all discussion of the mourning of the victims of its genocide it's carrying out on millions of Uyghur minorities in Western China. But you cannot be a sad Uyghur, and you cannot mourn sad Uyghurs because you will be arrested. In fact, countless Uyghurs are currently in prison for even doing something like using a VPN on the internet. But no, I'm sorry, you can't be sad in China. It's a utopia. People were dropping like flies from COVID in China, but rather than report on the numbers, China hid them. They told the rest of the world that COVID wasn't contagious, and they got the WHO to relay this message to the world. They allowed people to leave the country, and they silenced anyone that questioned the origin or the true death toll. And in the end, the country that COVID came from, China, had 10% of the deaths that the US had. They also blamed it on everyone but themselves. You question this figure or the origin of COVID, or you mourn your dead relative, you go to jail or you disappear. But I'm sorry, again, no, I'm wrong. You cannot be sad in China. It's utopia.
It's a utopia.
The recent floods in Beijing are the biggest recent farce. China has claimed that 33 people died in the worst flooding in 140 years. Millions again
It's
were displaced,
bad
and China
over
banned
there.
discussion
You
of
haven't
the
been paying
flooding damage
attention?
to the point where when I spoke to people in China, they didn't even know it existed. One of the most apocalyptic floods that wiped
Yeah.
out a huge area.
Like
Some people
biblical-
literally didn't
biblical
know that
flood.
it happened. When bridges collapsed, they didn't rescue the victims. No, they put up metal barriers
Yep.
so that people couldn't see it and discuss the damage and poor quality of China's
Problem
infrastructure.
solved.
Entire villages and towns were sacrificed
Yep.
to prevent the flood from affecting government leadership in downtown Beijing.
Oh, it went one.
But
Those
everyone's
expensive
voice was
houses flooding.
silenced. These families were shut down. You cannot be sad in China.
It's a utopia.
I could do this all day. I could make a 10-hour video on a case-by-case basis to show you what happens
Longer than
when
that.
you allow authoritarianism to take over. While Americans bicker amongst themselves about tribal politics, a behemoth of a dictatorship called China is erasing its own people, silencing its critics, even abroad, and trying to call the shots in your own country. All while sick, corrupt people cheer it on. No, the issue is not your partisan politics. It's foreign influence campaigns that have seeped into what you consume. Instead of unifying to understand the clear threat that the world is dealing with, people would rather delude themselves into thinking their problems come within. The disinformation campaigns from China and Russia to dismantle the US and other democracies around the world and to make people lose trust in their institutions and media is working. And China thinks you are but a mere pawn in its
I think
plan.
our own government's
Life under China's
doing a
government is a
good enough
nightmare
job
for its
of,
people who speak out. And hopefully, you've gotten a little glimpse of
proving
why
they're
that's
not
a future
trustworthy.
you probably don't want.
I don't think they need much help from China or Russia.
If you
I
want
don't.
up-to-date current events news, you gotta join my live show called The China Show. It's every single Friday. We
if you
cover the
trust your
latest and
government, I got a
craziest
bridge
stuff
to
that's
sell
coming
you.
out of China. Whether it's good, bad, somewhere in the middle, everything that's important out of China, we cover it. We have people on the ground there that we get reports from, and
Boo, you suck.
I've been talking to UAW. Obviously, I'm concerned. I think.
Have you seen Donald Trump's mugshot yet? Mr. President, are you worried at all about that?
I did see it on television.
What'd you think?
Handsome guy. Wonderful guy.
You get what you deserve.
Fucking douchebag.
Former President Donald Trump finally turned himself in for arrest and produced possibly the most famous mugshot of all time, which is just the beginning of this epic backfire for the Democrats, as Trump's motorcade to jail was met with cheers.
That's wild, man.
Where he had a very diverse group of supporters outside
But he's
the Fulton
racist,
County
though.
Jail.
Don't forget. He racist.
And some had more aggressive t-shirts showing their support. But more importantly, look at how much the narrative behind Trump has changed online.
But if that Trump get convicted of this crime and he can still run for president, I'm voting for his ass. I'm voting for that. I'm voting for him. Just to see what the he do, because that funny now. Trump is funny as hell. I'm voting for him.
I ain't even like that with the politics, but boy, this gangster, can't lie to you. An ex-president with a mugshot, and what if he wins? What if he wins in
They're just gonna
2024?
all
Boy,
this
it's
stuff
over. Just hope you
they're
ain't
trying
never-
to
you better
do
be
is
able
just
to
gonna make
stop
him
'em.
win, just
You
like
wouldn't
the
be able to
first
stop
time.
me. I'm telling
The
you.
first time around, Trump didn't get himself elected. The media got him elected.
All the cookouts with Snoop Dogg. She is endorsed. Trump is a brother.
Anything y'all hate,
sorry.
we're gonna automatically love just to
You go to
spite
jail in
you.
Zone 6 Atlanta, you
Just
brother.
to spite you.
Even rapper Chief Keef posted this on his Instagram, stating, roughly, Trump will assert his dominance in jail,
no one trusts
as
the
the
media
inmates will make
anymore.
him their
Anyone
leader,
with
and he will want for nothing
any
in jail
brain cells in their
because the
head.
blacks will support him. Now this whole Trump arrest situation is hilarious to me, because I, like many people, predicted the Trump mugshot merchandise would sell very well,
Oh,
and last night I put my
very
edit
well.
on t-shirts. I made mugshot mugs, and they're selling insanely well,
Yep,
as both
I bet.
supporters and haters are loving
I
the
seen
moment.
everybody
I
come
just
out with
never
those
knew how
shirts
much
right
this
away.
moment would sway American voters from being apolitical to shifting back to
People were ready.
pre-2015 Trump. Because remember, he was loved by the media before he was perceived as a threat.
Yep.
Trump was on The Fresh Prince of
Yep.
Bel-Air. He was in Home Alone
Yep.
before they cut out his scene in 2019. He was even the topic of a platinum-selling rap song
Yep.
that the artist later had to turn against because the culture
Yep.
changed. But now, it appears the culture is shifting once again, as being arrested by a corrupt system makes you very relatable to a lot of people. And it's just hilarious to see the corporate dinosaur media realize
Don't
this
bite
in
my
real time.
fingers.
He will surrender
You
himself for
goofy.
processing
Don't hit
in
my
an
fingers.
overcrowded jail with
Not
a
the fly.
reputation for violence and neglect. And actually, 3 people have lost their lives over the last month. That jail is where the disgraced ex-president of these United States is heading.
As MSNBC
Wah.
hails the prosecutor,
And so to me, this is justice. The fact that Manhattan didn't give him a mugshot, I thought was offensive. I thought that the Fed said, we already know what he looks like. He was the president of the United States. Okay, offensive. Everyone else had to take him. This case, and I think Fonnie Willis is a hero. She is a national hero.
then CNN begins to cope.
They must have thought about what look they
Old
wanted.
man
He could have
bad.
smiled. He could have looked
Old man
benign. Instead,
bad.
he looks like a thug. And I
He
think it's
doesn't do
intended to
exactly
be a
what we
sign of
tell him to do.
intimidation against the prosecutors and judges. That's what they picked.
He
and,
doesn't talk
we'll
like
see that
us. He
picture
doesn't sit
everywhere.
at the same
And, I
tables
think
as
the evidence
us.
is that the indictments have proven the law
He
of
made his
diminishing
money on his
marginal
own.
utility.
I
If
mean, very
anything, they're
shadily,
not
but he
undercutting
made
the
his money
support,
on his
they're building it
own.
up.
We
Now, I never
especially
wanna
don't
be
like him
too
for
mean to
that.
people, but MSNBC and their hosts
Why didn't you
have
make
been
your
so
money from
misleading and outright
crooked
rancid to the
donations?
majority of Americans. I feel
How
they've
dare
earned
you.
at least one. So, someone please explain to me what the hell is going on here.
I despised Donald Trump because he, to me, signified the rich white
Wah.
guy in Manhattan.
For
Wait.
someone that despises Trump so much,
you mean like a
sure
current
went out of your
president?
way to get the Donald Trump haircut if your barber was from Legoland. But the cell phones don't stop, as The Atlantic realized Trump wants people to see the mugshot. NBC News identifies it, quote, fuels liberal delight, but also Republican fundraising. Not to mention the memes, as
Oh,
everyone's
dude.
feed is full of high-quality memes that express
They made
how
a
good
mistake
the mugshot
getting the
makes 'em
photo
look,
done.
how hood the mugshot
They
makes 'em
should have
look,
just kept
and
on
also
saying,
how
"No, we're not
iconic
gonna
the
do a
mugshot will
photo.
end up being.
No, we're
The
not
only
gonna
thing
do
the
a
media
photo."
has on him is
If they
Trump's
had any
alleged
sense about
self-reporting
them, they
of
would have
being
never
6'3" and
taken his
215
mugshot.
pounds, which is simply
That
not
mugshot's gonna
consistent
be
with other famous people
everywhere
of that
now.
build. And fair point. Men often lie about their heights online, and I've met an absurd amount of celebrities and athletes in real life that are nowhere near their listed heights. So the only thing the Trump arrest weight proves is he's pulling a James Harden, where if you don't follow the NBA, Harden wanted to be traded from the Houston Rockets, so he was seen on court incredibly out of shape. But almost instantaneously after being traded to the Brooklyn Nets, that excess weight seemed to evaporate. And I'm sure Trump is looking at the Republican Party right now and saying, I don't care if I get sent to the G League Green Party, I just can't win with these cats. Because as good as these memes are for Trump, they're equally bad for the rest of the party, as Pence is still getting slammed for what he said over a month ago.
America is
and
not my
DeSantis
concern.
is
Remember
just
that when you go and
DeSantis-ing.
vote.
And I will not let you down.
Pence literally said, word
Which
for
makes you
word,
wonder, none of these rhinos
America
look like they can
is
get it done,
not
so why aren't
my
they enthusiastically
concern.
standing up for Trump to at least bring it home for the
Yes,
team?
he said
I
the
think it's
quiet
because
part
they're
out loud.
also
We all
relying
know
on the
they think
Democrats
that,
to get
but
rid of
that
Trump.
motherfucker said that shit out loud.
About just an absolute horrible thing that they're doing, and I've never seen anything like it. This is third world country.
As it does appear, all these conveniently timed legal battles are all placed right before key election dates and brought to the court right
Yep.
after Biden's legal woes. But I
Yep.
honestly think with every little dirty trick the establishment wants to deploy, the more people are just going to want to support Trump. If for nothing else, just for the sake of saying, we're
Spite.
not falling for your BS anymore.
Yeah.
And the message is undeniable,
Spite.
as Fox News' Republican presidential debate only pulled in 51 million views
For real.
compared to Tucker Carlson interviewing
20
Trump online
218 million.
218 million views, which checking
Yeah.
X right now is at over 257 million
It's
views.
nice.
So in turn, the Biden
It's
administration
nice to
is
see
now
their
going
lives
after
being
Twitter owner Elon
finally
Musk
noticed
for
by
not
people.
hiring refugees into SpaceX, where Elon explained he cannot hire them because it would violate international arms laws, a criminal offense. Which isn't that interesting. Just like Trump, before things got political, Musk was seen as a
Yep.
regular tech guy doing computer stuff.
Yep.
And the moment he said, hey, I might want to
He was
buy
making
Twitter.
electric
The
cars. They were
establishment
sucking
freaked
his
out
dick.
with constant bad press on
Oh,
Elon because he was
electric
about
cars.
to stumble on how
Give me
shady
more,
social
Elon.
media companies
Oh,
have
wait.
been acting for the last
You
few
have an
years,
opinion that's
which
not
coincidentally
ours?
reminds me of this
We
old
hate
Trump tweet from
Elon.
2019 saying, "They're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way." And I'm really curious to see what transpires next, because at first, it was just Trump. Now it's his lawyers, campaign guys, and now the CEO of the platform that he's using to reach the people. I don't know. I try not to fall too far off the deep end, because I also don't like it when people look too far into things. Like how some people noticed that my t-shirt graphic came out super quickly and seemed to be slightly larger than the mugshot that got posted, or even subtle things that I place in the background, or what I wear. This stuff means nothing. I'm just really into the Los Angeles Dodgers single A farm team, the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. My message has nothing to do with what I'm wearing. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on the murky circumstances behind the Hawaiian wildfires that no one else seems to be talking about.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a bunch of fires all started randomly. Just like in Quebec. And just like in California. And it's all happened this year. And if you're conspiracy theorists, if you point that out.
With social media being as ubiquitous as it is these days, it's not all too uncommon to encounter criminals while browsing the web. Much like walking through a crowded street, when surfing the forums and comment sections online, you could be unknowingly among the likes of lawbreakers, thieves, and even killers. These miscreants operating under a veil of anonymity. However, with that being said, this veil of anonymity online is often a mirage and emboldens some criminals to inadvertently confess to their own crimes online, with these perpetrators unwittingly reporting their own misdeeds to law enforcement on social media sites, apps, and web pages, making the job of police and law enforcement a lot easier. These are the people arrested thanks to their own social media posts. Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon satisfies that sweet cereal craving without completely sabotaging your daily nutritional goals. They've got 8 delicious flavors to choose from, and for my 4-pack variety box, I chose cocoa, fruity, frosted, and peanut butter. Cocoa is my personal favorite. It's got a rich chocolatey flavor to it that leaves the milk chocolatey as well. And to be honest, it's just mind-blowing to me that you're getting this much flavor in a high-protein, zero-sugar cereal. Magic Spoon doesn't just taste great, it actually leaves you feeling full and ready to...
All cereal is
with
crap.
A tone setter of sorts. It's the story
Garbage.
of a dim-witted
Junk.
perp who did
Don't
what
eat it.
might possibly be one of the dumbest things imaginable when you have warrants out for your arrest. This dude
The
directly
Batman.
commented under a Facebook status posted by a police department. The story begins on November 8th of 2022 when the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office, located just east of Atlanta, posted to Facebook its most wanted list of at-large criminals. The wanted poster contained several mugshots of wanted criminals from the area, along with contact information to get in touch with the department if anyone knew of the wanted men's whereabouts. But apparently, this post was missing one at-large suspect. At least that's what Mr. Christopher Spalding of Georgia thought. Mr. Spalding was apparently annoyed after discovering this wanted poster while browsing Facebook. The man, apparently responsible for a crime of his own, felt slighted by the sheriff's department for not being included in the wanted poster. So I guess in an attempt to boost his own ego and remedy this situation, the man reaches out to the cops. Spalding had the brilliant idea of replying to the sheriff's wanted poster status with a simple comment. That comment from the wanted man being, "How about me?" The man was asking to be added to the wanted list. Now, police would notice this comment posted by Mr. Spalding and thought the man to be trolling, but then they entered his name into their databases and, well, they were shocked at what they found. Upon entering the man's name into the database, records revealed that Spalding had active warrants out for his arrest. Apparently, he had been arrested for felony theft in 2020 and was given probation as a result of this crime. Turns out, Spalding would go on to violate the terms of his probation and was actively wanted by the courts. Baffled by the idiocy of the wanted criminal's response to their post, the sheriff's office simply issued a tongue-in-cheek reply to the man confirming that Christopher was right and that he should be added to their most wanted list. The police said, "Christopher Spaulding, you are correct. You have 2 active warrants. We're on the way." Not long after issuing his reply, Mr. Spaulding was arrested by police at his home for violation of probation and was taken to jail. It seemed like this man had slipped through the cracks for some time. Like, if he never responded to this post, he likely would have been free for much longer. It tipped off police to the mistake that they had missed, I guess. After making this hilarious arrest, police issued another statement to their Facebook page mocking Spaulding with a sarcastic response to his initial post. Quote, "We appreciate your assistance in your capture. Special thanks to our fugitive unit for being active and efficiently apprehending Mr. Spaulding, who has 2 warrants for felony violation of probation." Court records show that Christopher was released on February 10th of 2023 and his probation has been reinstated. This story really all begins back in early 2023 in Volusia County, Florida, with local Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Around this time, Chitwood was rather vocal regarding his distaste for a neo-Nazi group of concern to the area, known as the Goyim Defense League. GDL has members around the country, and a cell had recently popped up in the area. Neo-Nazi propaganda and flyers had appeared in the community around the time, and citizens grew concerned. Many members of the GDL were known criminals sought after by Mike Chitwood and his department for crimes such as stalking and harassment, much of this stuff being perpetrated online. Sheriff Mike Chitwood spoke boldly regarding the group and denounced them as cowards, daring them to show their faces.
You came to the wrong county. I stand with my Jewish friends, and I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you.
Chitwood's outspokenness regarding this matter would make him the target of online attacks from far-right white supremacists. In fact, at one point, there was even an attempted swatting of the sheriff's home, and attempts were made to harass his children as well. Meet 38-year-old New Jersey 4chan user Richard Golden. Apparently disgruntled with Mike Chitwood, Richard would allegedly take to 4chan in February to air out his thoughts regarding the policeman. The post allegedly authored by Richard read, "Just Chitwood in the head and he stops being a problem. They have to find a new guy to be the problem. But Chitwood in the head solves an immediate problem permanently. Just Chitwood in the head and murder him in Minecraft." Now, for some of you out there watching that aren't quite as online as I am, you may be sort of scratching your head at this in Minecraft thing. Well, to summarize, in recent years, there's been sort of a running gag where if somebody wants to make an extremely edgy statement or make a threat, but they're joking, they'll say in Minecraft, as in, you know, saying that I would only do this in a fictional universe, I would never do this in the real world. And yes, while there are a good deal of people out there that use this in Minecraft thing jokingly and they really wouldn't actually do the threats that they post to the internet, there are people out there that just would do the threats. They would follow through on the threats they post and they just put in Minecraft. They'll do it in Minecraft, you know, to sort of, I don't know, maybe they think it's a legal defense. Like, you can't be pursued if you say that you're gonna do it in Minecraft. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, if you issue threats on the internet, saying you're gonna do it in Minecraft isn't a credible legal defense, and the cops could come after you. And that was the case with Mr. Golden here. While it's not exactly known how Mr. Golden's threat got back to police, be it another 4chaner reporting it or actual detectives monitoring the post, this death threat eventually made it to the very man that it was issued to, Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. And the man took the threat very seriously. An investigation was launched into the anonymous poster, which eventually led to the man's IP address being uncovered and Richard's New Jersey residence discovered. On March 1st of 2023, authorities surrounded Richard's house and knocked on the door. However, instead of Richard answering, the 38-year-old man's mother came to the door. Richard was living with Mommy.
Is Richard here?
Yeah.
Can you have him come to the door, please?
He living with Mommy.
After briefly explaining why they had come to the house, Richard's mother let the officers inside, and the officers asked the woman for help in summoning Richard for questioning. What follows is a rather comically embarrassing scene with the 38-year-old's mother yelling at him while he's upstairs, presumably browsing 4chan to calm down and talk to the cops.
Richard!
The cops are here for you, Richard.
I don't know who they are. South Brunswick Police. South Brunswick Police.
Richard, decked in pajamas, disheveled and obese, shuffles downstairs and submitted to officers without resisting. It was clear the man knew why they had come. They were arresting him for his in Minecraft threat against Sheriff Chitwood.
All right, just so you know, aware, there's a warrant out of Volusia County, Florida, for the incident that you're aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I think I saw you there.
What you talked about, yeah.
Right.
The 4chan poster was taken into custody while authorities searched the mother's house. Despite receiving numerous death threats in the wake of the arrest, Sheriff Mike Chitwood was quite celebratory on social media, tweeting out a picture of Richard being arrested. After hearing the news of Richard's arrest and his extradition to Florida, the sheriff commented this: "I can't wait to meet him when he gets off the plane." And Chitwood wasn't full of hot air either. The man did indeed come face to face with Richard Golden after he arrived at the airport in Florida.
What's up, buddy? Talking shit?
I am doing well. How are you doing? I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
Richard was seen in court on March 28th of 2023 and was given a $100,000 bond. The man has yet to face trial. So guys, especially the edgier of you out there, in Minecraft, it doesn't save you. You can get locked up for shit like this.
Damn. There go my plans.
This next social media posting self-incriminator had the audacity to private message police after they posted a non-flattering mugshot of himself. In November of 2015, 45-year-old Donald Chip Pugh had been arrested and had received a DUI in the northwestern Ohio city of Lima. But the man didn't appear in court. The man was also allegedly a person of interest in other criminal cases involving vandalism and arson, and had previous run-ins with the Lima police for instances of disorderly conduct, domestic violence, and breaking and entering. We're dealing with a guy that has a pretty lengthy rap sheet, and he's well known by authorities in the area. The Lima police had actively been searching for Donald and put his mugshot on their Facebook page in January of 2016. Apparently though, Donald, who was a very active Facebook user himself, well, this man wasn't a big fan of the photo that the police department used to, put in their little wanted poster, I guess. So Donald had the audacity to send a private message to the police department Facebook account, providing them a new swagged out picture of himself, apparently feeling as if the old mugshot did him dirty. His message read, "Here's a better photo, that one is terrible." Mr. Donnie looking quite dapper in the pic. After receipt of this at-large criminal's photo, the Lima Police Department happily obliged and updated the man's photo in the wanted poster with the more dapper offering. This photo was sent to us by Mr. Pugh himself. We thank him for being helpful, but now we would appreciate it if he would come speak to us at the LPD about his charges. Due to the comical nature of this interaction, the photo would receive over 2,000 likes, 1,500 shares, and close to 400 comments, making Donald rather notorious online and spreading his face everywhere on social media, which is not the best thing if you're trying to remain in hiding and not arrested. He's just operating on a different wavelength than you and I. In fact, while Donald was on the run from the law, after this photo had gone viral online, the man decided to call into a local radio station that was talking about the story and candidly bantered with the radio host, discussing how awful he thought the photo was.
Awful picture, awful picture. Man, they just did me wrong, man.
That's Donald Chip Pugh, all right, calling the local radio station, whining about his unflattering mugshot.
The radio host did their best to get Donald to spill out further incriminating information, even trying to ask the man for his location. But Donald brushed off any inquiries into his whereabouts with jokes.
Where are you at again, Chip?
Right now,
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sitting in a bunker right next to Chapo Guzman. We're trying to dig a tunnel and get to McDonald's.
And while Donald likely thought he was somewhat of a viral micro-celebrity at this point, his stardom wouldn't last long, because with his face now everywhere, it was only a matter of time before someone figured out where he was and reported him. Turns out this is exactly what would happen, as someone discovered that Donald had moved from Ohio and was currently residing in Florida. An individual that knew of his residence would report him to police, and on January 12th of 2016, Donald Pugh was arrested in the state of Florida. The braggadocious man had finally been arrested, and after being apprehended, it was discovered that he had active warrants in Georgia as well. So before he was extradited to Ohio, they actually sent him up to Georgia to face those charges before bringing him back to Ohio. This guy's rap sheet is just constantly churning out new charges. But yeah, that's the story of Donald the Dapper Mugshot Degenerate. What a lot of people don't realize, and I think this has to do with social media still being a relatively new advent, is that police are constantly online on forums browsing, trying to find criminals, be it new discovered criminals or ones that have warrants and are at large. This is a fact of life that our next perpetrator, Markeisha Wilkerson, was not privy to, as this woman would inadvertently live stream her location while wanted from police, leading to an arrest. The story takes place in April of 2017 with then 18-year-old Markeisha, a woman who at this relatively young age already had multiple run-ins with police. Markeisha had a staggering rap sheet consisting of 14 previous charges, 6 of which were violent, including battery, domestic violence, and aggravated assault. The aggravated assault charge was a felony, and there were also other charges such as violation of probation and 2 failures to appear in court, which resulted in a warrant being issued for the woman's arrest. Now, what does one do when the police are looking for them? You know, laying low is a pretty good option, you know, go into hiding, something like that. Hell, maybe you even turn yourself in, you know, be a good Samaritan about it. However, Markeisha, oh no, she chose none of these options. Rather, the young woman decides to boot up a Facebook live stream while partying at a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant. Yes, at a Chuck E. Cheese located in Lakeland, Florida, the woman booted up a Facebook live stream. The date was April 17th of 2017 to be exact. This publicly viewable stream showed Markeisha gallivanting with Charles Entertainment Cheese himself, while police were actively looking for her whereabouts.
Let me go see Dave. Hey! Y'all, I'm married to Chuck E., so get on that. Nobody can't have him. Hey! All right.
Polk County detectives who were actively investigating Markeisha's case were closely monitoring the woman's social media, and seeing the live stream, they now knew exactly where she was. While still live, the officers were dispatched. Minutes later, the cops would arrive at the Lakeland Chuck E. Cheese establishment and arrest Markeisha on the spot. One deputy was even reported to have done a somersault in one of the ball pits at the restaurant. I'm just fucking kidding, that didn't happen.
Oh my dude, you just got pranked. Bet you didn't see that one coming, huh?
Now, needless to say, the department responsible for the arrest of this wanted woman were, you know, pretty ecstatic about the way this played out. Thanks to their perpetrator's idiocy, Markeisha was jailed and denied bond on account of one of her charges being a felony. I'm not exactly confident as to what happened as far as sentencing in the wake of this situation, but I can say with confidence that Markeisha has been in and out of jail since then, with probation violations occurring in the last couple of years. This story involving a self-reporting criminal poster is one of the more bizarre on this list, as it involves a practitioner of witchcraft revealing that they had been taking human bones from a graveyard. The story begins back in 2015 in New Orleans, Louisiana, with 25-year-old Devin Marie Machuca. Devin was a self-described witch and practiced witchcraft under the pseudonym Ender Darling. This individual would often take to the internet to discuss their extracurricular spell casting activities with other fellow witches, and this oversharing of their magic using activities would eventually spelled trouble for this person. In December of 2015, posting as Ender Darling, the fledgling wizard authored a post on a Facebook community group page created for LGBTQ individuals that practice witchcraft, this page being called the Queer Witch Collective. In this candid post, Ender Darling would make a pretty shocking confession. The post seemingly suggesting that they had been taking human remains from a local graveyard to use in Wiccan rituals. Quote, content warning, bone hunting. About 20 minutes from my house in New Orleans is what we call the poor man's graveyard. Most graveyards around here are full of above-ground graves because we live in a fishbowl, but there happens to be a graveyard where it's all in-ground graves, for those of us who are too poor to afford above-ground burial. When it rains, of course, bones wash up. The older the grave, the more you find. You can literally walk around and see femurs, teeth, jaws, skull caps, etc., etc. This is where I go to find my human bones for curse work and general spells that require bone. I find human bones are easier for work with me rather than animal bone. I can relate and work with the energy they carry, if that makes any sense. Anyways, I wanted to see if I started selling, basically cover shipping to where you happen to be, if people would be interested. I know human bones aren't easy to come by, and I usually have leftovers. I only go once a month, or when it rains here. Now, initially, the response to Devin's macabre post here was, well, unsurprisingly positive given the context of where it was posted, you know, with other witch practitioners here. Though even some of these people that reacted positively seemed a bit wary about what the witch was revealing. I'm absolutely interested, but you need to be careful with state and federal laws. Ender says, oh, I know, I looked it up, and it's all good. I wouldn't even be offering if there was a chance someone would get in trouble. Me, LOL. As the post got more traction, negative sentiment in this LGBT witch community emerged, ranging from uneasiness regarding the behavior all the way to full-on outrage. Some even were suggesting that Ender Darling's bone collecting was racist. Quote, no, let them rest in peace. You're implementing white supremacist and colonial tactics to do your bidding. Like y'all are actually stealing bones. Additional vitriolic replies to Ender Darling's write-up would be submitted, with some users being so outraged by the bone-stealing confession that they were issuing threats of violence against the black magic user. This post in particular was shared around the greater internet and served as a wanted poster of sorts, starting a literal witch hunt against Ender Darling. The bone thief had to be stopped was the prevailing narrative at the time. This is a public alert. Seriously, anyone know this little shithead? Better tell her to stay the fuck out of Holt Cemetery or her bones might get broken. Please spread the word and keep a lookout for yet another fucking cultural vulture. For fuck's sake, I am furious. The post was going viral, and as days passed, people began trying to unmask Ender Darling's real name and identity as it wasn't known at the time. And they wanted to do so that they could report the witch's name to police and so that an investigation could be started into the bone snatching. Seeing the intense online investigation unfolding following the backlash of the initial post, Ender would stop responding to the Facebook thread and go MIA for the time being, likely fearing impending legal consequences were on their way. But unfortunately for Ender, they couldn't evade the firestorm that had been created, nor could they seemingly stop engaging with detractors. Within days, the Ender Darling witch hunt had spread from Facebook, with the discourse finding a new home on a scrappy little website called Tumblr. The Tumblr community embraced this witch hunt both literally and figuratively and got behind the canceling and unmasking of problematic bone witch Ender Darling. It wouldn't be long before the ravenous user base of the site discovered that Ender had an active Tumblr page under the name Little Fucking Monster and proceeded to raid it. PSA, Tumblr user Little Fucking Monster is stealing human bones from cemeteries in Louisiana. Please don't let them get away with this and spread the word /signal boost. Folks began brigading Devin's Tumblr page, and some other online witches even claimed that they had casted a curse on Devin the Bone Snatcher. An article reads, quote, one Tumblr entity, the Skeleton Fairy, cast a curse upon Darling for their deeds. Bone theft is a heinous act. The fairy declared, hear me, Bone Witch, and know that you are forever cursed. So I say, the Fae of Femurs, the Imp of Iliums, the Sylph of Skulls, the Pixie of Pelvises, the Skeleton Fairy. Naturally, a curse of this magnitude carries ominous implications. Around the time of the curse being performed, it was also revealed that Louisiana police had been tipped off to the witch's identity and were investigating the situation. And with immaculate timing, this of course would be when Devin decides to pipe up again on social media, taking to Tumblr to defend this bone-bagging behavior. Ender Darling says, quote, "I picked them up and went through the graveyard and picked up ones I saw on my path, knowing that they were either going to be crushed or swept away. And I'm sorry, but for me, a spiritual person who works with death, seeing a fucking machine tear into graves like that seemed a lot less respectful to the dead you are also concerned about than me picking them up and saving them." As the ongoing viral debate surrounding the ethics of taking bones began to spiral, it arrived at the doorstep of the mainstream media, as outlets began covering it as well. BuzzFeed and New York Magazine both published pieces on the viral grave robbing incident, an incident that had become known online as Bone-Ghazi, an obvious tongue-in-cheek reference to the 2012 Benghazi crisis. With the mainstream media now all over the story, the local police started taking the matter more seriously and suspected Ender Darling of trafficking in human remains. One advocate covering the case said, quote, "I can't speak on the black market trade in human bones, but I do know that vandalism, regrettably, is an issue that we deal with, and a lot of that vandalism involves the exposure of human remains. We're talking about Uncle Joe's femur, and it's an obscenity." As a part of the New Orleans police investigation into Devin, 4 detectives were commissioned to provide periodic surveillance outside of the witch's home. This surveillance spanned a period of 6 days in January of 2016. They hoped to catch the magic practitioner leaving or entering the house with bones or remains. Police would also subpoena all correspondence from Ender Darling's Facebook profile, which yielded over 12,000 pages of information. Damn, talk about terminally online. Jesus, log off. These Facebook messages indicated that Devin had started procuring graveyard bones in November of 2015 and on occasion worked with accomplices. The messages also revealed that Darling was in contact with multiple people that showed interest in purchasing inhuman remains. One even received 2 photographs of said remain. The picture in question looked like a human femur. This evidence was enough for police to obtain a search warrant and raid the witch's coven. In January of 2016, police stormed Devin's residence. Upon searching the property, police reportedly discovered over a dozen bones and 4 teeth, all appearing to have belonged to humans. The witch's laptop and phone were also seized during the search. However, curiously, Ender wasn't arrested at the time. Instead, the dark magic practitioner was given a court summons for possession of marijuana, which apparently cops found during the search. Ender would remain out of jail for the meantime until authorities could perform a proper test on the bones to confirm that they were indeed human. In the wake of the police raid, Devin was being reached out to by the media for statements, and in an interview granted in 2016, the witch would tell their side of the story. Quote, "They were coming in seriously expecting to find bodies and human organs and have me and my roommates arrested for black marketing human remains. You should have seen their faces when they walked into the house and found a bunch of sleeping hippies." The witch continues elaborating on the bones. Quote, "I had them on an altar. It was just a bunch of little shards of bones and pieces of teeth I had picked up off the ground. I said to the agents, 'Here you go. There's probably human bones in there, but I know better than to give you that answer.'" And in regards to the allegations of selling the bones for profit, quote, "I wasn't selling anything. It was like, you cover how much it takes to ship it. This is me passing along something I feel nature's given me. I don't want money for this." Later in the summer, after the test had been concluded, it was discovered that the bones found in Ender Darling's residence were indeed of human origin. And after the conclusion of this test, Ender Darling was quietly arrested in Tampa, Florida on July 15th of 2016. They would later be transferred back to a New Orleans jail with a bond set at $8,500. In September of 2016, Ender would plead guilty to the possession of marijuana, simple burglary, and admitted to the removal of human bones from Holt Cemetery. The judge then handed down a 5-year suspended sentence on the burglary count and 15 days on the marijuana charge with credit for time served. After being sentenced, this witch has disappeared from social media, and that's probably for the best, as you literally could have just never posted this and you could still be practicing your bone magic to this day, Ender Darling. Escaping the police's initial capture attempt is difficult enough. And if you escape them, staying in hiding is even more of a challenge for some. That being said though, our next individual may very well have been able to pull off both of these things. But a dumb social media post would incriminate himself, leading to his own arrest. This is 23-year-old Alan Lynch Jr. In September of 2022, Alan Lynch fled from a police officer who had pulled him over for an unlawful temporary vehicle tag. The man apparently fled the scene and managed to evade arrest. Apparently, he frequently encountered police, as Alan ran a YouTube channel and posted many stories discussing these interactions with the public. And it would be a post in February of 2023 that would end with the man in jail. In Houston, Texas, on February 4th of 2023, Alan was pulled over on Interstate 10 by a DPS officer who had again noticed that there was an expired temporary tag on his vehicle. Alan had his camera on him at the time and was recording as the officer asked him for his license. And at some point during the interaction, the man sped down the highway, fleeing the scene of the detainment.
How you doing, sir?
No, don't do it.
Read for the stop is your expired temp tag. I just got this car today. I just got this car today. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you? Yeah, I do. All right, and then go ahead and step out with me as well.
Nope.
What resulted
Jackass.
was a police chase, with Alan recording himself weaving through traffic at a high rate of speed for close to 4 miles until he finally took an exit off the highway. At some point, it sounds as if he crashes his vehicle and Alan can be seen bracing for impact.
State Highway
Brr.
Yet the wreck didn't seem to be that significant because it didn't stop Mr. Lynch's progression down the highway. Eventually, the man managed to elude police like he had done before and would park and continue recording this bizarre vlog where he's like running from the cops.
So, y'all, I got away. Yeah, this the outcome of the what happened. We gone, man. But
Yeah, I'm totally free. I got home. I'm safe. Base.
these people,
Base.
that's like the third time that they tried.
I'm on base. Y'all can't touch me anymore.
I don't know what they want from me that they ain't gonna get because they gotta catch me first.
Alan would upload this video in which he confesses to his crimes to YouTube, and police who were actively looking into him at the time discovered it. On February 8th of 2023, police would catch up with Alan Lynch and he was arrested and charged for both incidents of fleeing from police. The man was released after posting a $10,000 bond and would publish a video correcting the record on the story that police were sharing, which he felt was the quote white version of events that transpired.
Hey man, these people are funny, bro. First, before I even start the video, I'm gonna have to show y'all the black people news. I'm gonna show y'all the white. No. I'm gonna show y'all the white people news first. Then I'm gonna show y'all the black people news.
The man claimed that he got pulled over by the same police officer multiple times and was being harassed and beaten up during these encounters.
I've messed with the same police officer. I got pulled over by the same police officer like 5 times. 2 times. I got beat up, bro, snatched out my car for no reason. Tried to search my car, he ain't find nothing. Second time, told my car I ain't have my license. Whoop. Third time, got away from him. 4th time, ran him. Cause at the end of the day, bro, you're not paying for my time.
Alan Lynch has yet to be sentenced
What
from his
the fuck?
police avoiding escapades, but it's likely that the man will face some significant time. This story involves a TikTok user who took to social media to share with the public her struggles with a new cancer diagnosis. However, strangely enough, it would be these very cancer-related posts that would put her in jail. This is Madison Russo. At the time of this story taking place, Madison was a 19-year-old woman from Iowa who frequently posted to TikTok and other social media sites, detailing with the public her battle with cancer.
And on February 10th of 2022, quite possibly the worst day of my life, I got the call from my oncologist and they found a mass on my pancreas and I had stage 2 pancreatic cancer. at just 19 years old.
Apparently, her fight with the disease began in February of 2022, after tests at a doctor's office revealed that she had high white blood cell counts. Madison would go on to share with her followers that a further test revealed a mass on her pancreas, and she was subsequently diagnosed with stage 2 pancreatic cancer. As a result of this diagnosis, Madison was said to have got treatment right away, reportedly completing 8 rounds of chemo and 50 rounds of radiation.
Oh, fuck
As
you,
some time
lying
passed,
bitch.
Madison said that the tumor appeared to be shrinking and was responding to treatment, but unfortunately the cancer had spread to her blood and had resulted in acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
Fuck you.
Madison said she was given an 11% survival rate after this additional diagnosis. Many media outlets would discover this sad story of a 19-year-old being diagnosed with a terminal cancer and reached out to her for interviews.
Yeah, with perfect hair. Had plenty of doses of radiation. Okay, I'll be right back. What?
Madison would tell one
Sorry
publication,
about that. My dog was
"At
out there
19
going
years old,
nuts.
I don't know if I will
Neighbor
live to
came
see
over
the
to
day I
visit.
graduate from college, get married, or become a mom. In the meantime, I will fight." But sadly, further reports
Lying,
from
bitch.
Madison painted a grim picture for
Fuck
survival.
you.
Things got worse when
I have
doctors
cancer, you
apparently
mother-
discovered a football-sized tumor wrapped around her spine. But
I fucking
despite
have
these signs
cancer.
of the cancer spreading,
Bitch.
Madison maintained this fighter attitude. She continued attending classes at
Liar.
St. Ambrose University.
She didn't have
maintained
cancer.
a 4.0 GPA, all while working
Did
a
she?
part-time
Tell me.
job at John Deere Tractor. Being treated as
Bullshit.
somewhat of a online micro-celebrity because of her situation,
Bullshit.
she was also invited to speak at banquets for charities raising funds for cancer.
You know, I'm too sick from treatment where I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything.
You're a fucking liar.
I feel like shit. You know, I can't get ready. I just
Mhm.
lay in my bed and puke, you know, and it's just extremely
Lying
physically
bitch.
exhausting, but also the mental part of it. My body is fighting so hard every minute just to stay alive. It's days like these that are hard, and I try my best to stay positive and think that, you know, after my chemo was after my week of chemo is done, after, you know, round 3 is
You're a
done,
fucking
I get,
liar.
you know, a break until the next round of chemo. But sometimes it's hard to think like that when you're in so much pain and discomfort and everything is just going the wrong way.
Some were even so inspired by her story that
Oh,
they
this is
created
just pissing me
GoFundMes
off.
to raise money for her medical treatment. One GoFundMe was created by a man named Tom
Fuck you,
Boylan,
you
the description
piece
of
of
which
garbage
said,
human
"As one
being.
can imagine, this diagnosis has been
She
very
doesn't have
hard
it.
on
There's no
Maddie's
fucking
family.
way.
Just like with
Looks
any
too
cancer
healthy.
diagnosis, the cost
First
of
of all.
medical bills, gas,
And
meals,
newsflash,
and
you lose
expenses
all
can
of
be a
your hair
burden,
when you
and
go
that is something
through
this family should not
chemo,
have to
especially
worry about.
chemo
With her
and
compelling
radiation.
story all over social
All of your
media,
hair,
the woman's
Tim?
plight went
All of your
viral,
hair?
and this GoFundMe would raise
All of your
tens
hair.
of thousands of dollars within weeks of being posted. And Maddie would continue to make her rounds across various forms of media, all the way from mainstream
Everywhere.
media appearances to podcasts,
It's Gao.
telling the story of her fight with cancer. And at the time, this was like a wholesome, feel-good internet story, but there were some skeptics out there in the mix that didn't buy the
You mean
story
people
of
that
this
actually have had
19-year-old
cancer?
having terminal
Yeah.
cancer. Some folks
We could spot
online
your
began
fakery.
to notice that despite the fact of Maddie receiving radiation and chemotherapy, she never seemed to lose any of her hair. And they would question the woman about this.
You
In
even
response
lose
to the
your eyebrow
doubters,
hair.
She says, quote, "I get a lot
Arm
of questions
hair,
about how my hair
chest
is doing
hair,
during
armpit
treatment, so I
hair,
figured I would share what
everything.
products I have been using that have definitely been a game changer in keeping my hair." So the woman was
Lying
claiming
bitch.
that hair products were preventing the hair loss
Bullshit.
that is a signature of chemo and radiation. What we're about to find, though, is that
There's
this
not
sort
a
of
hair care
discrepancy with the
product
hair loss is really only the tip of the iceberg.
Out there
Because,
that'll
believe
help you
it or
keep your
not,
hair.
this woman was
Unless
flat
you're-
out
unless you have a
lying
wig.
about her cancer diagnosis. The entire thing was a complete fraud. The fraud began to unravel on January 11th of 2023 when anonymous witnesses claiming to be medical
Burn in
professionals
hell, lady.
met with law enforcement and reported inconsistencies with Madison's videos and the inaccuracies of her
Freaking
medical
cancer, piece
equipment's
of shit,
placement on her body
loser.
shown in TikTok videos.
I
One
fucking
image
hope
in
you burn
particular
in
was
hell.
frequently cited, which showed an improperly placed feeding tube, almost as if an amateur was attempting to make themselves look sick with devices they didn't know how to operate.
I've had one of those fucking things, and that's not where it goes.
Photos and videos posted on Maddie's TikTok and social media appeared to be staged in an apartment and not in a hospital. Investigating chief of
This is making me mad. I'm gonna stop watching. Oh, I made me mad.
What's going on, everybody,
It's
and welcome back to Comic Breakdown. In this video, we are jumping into the Invincible
had
Iron
leukemia,
Man
and
issue
I'm
number
currently
9. Now, lately, when it comes to Marvel Comics,
some
we have been
sarcoma
seeing
that
them
I'm dealing
connect
with
in
that's
ways that
cancerous.
hasn't happened that often. But with the Mutant
That shit
Massacre,
pissed-
with the
Oh.
fall of X, we are seeing the Avengers and everybody in between come to the aid of mutant kind, and none more than Iron Man himself. Though Iron Man has seen dire days, essentially having no money, no armor, we had last left off with him facing off
raise money
against
for
Fei
yourself
Long's
in the
Stark
first fucking
Sentinels,
place.
doing this in an effort to save Emma Frost's life. Now Tony stands before Fei Long,
loser.
and he awaits his execution. So make sure you guys have subscribed to the channel, make sure that you like this video, and with that being said, let's dive into this breakdown. Alright guys, we are picking up with Tony Stark, sitting on this street in New York City with the rain and lightning coming down, the Stark Sentinels standing overhead, and Tony Stark waits for Fei Long's reaction. He waits to see what Fei Long might do. Really, what Tony is doing is calling his bluff. He lets Fei Long know that you could end me right here, right now, that all of this could stop. The only problem is that he would kill an Avenger in the streets. This would only be bad for business for Fei Long, and so he calls off the Stark Sentinels, doing so just as Captain America arrives. But when Cap goes up to Tony, Tony tells him to go away, because right now he doesn't want to be seen with his friends. He wants Fei Long to believe that he had won, that he is beaten, that this is all over. And Tony goes on to also let him know that he has a new suit, one that will help him continue to be an Avenger, but he's gonna go dark for a while. The less Cap and everybody knows, the better. This is what takes him down underground. He goes to the lowest point in all of Manhattan. About an hour through the tunnels, this is where he runs into his Iron Man suit. Telling it to open up, this is where we have Emma Frost popping out. And at first, Emma Frost is outraged. She is livid, not happy that she got stuck in that tin can. This attitude quickly changes when she sees the state of Tony, because right now, he is at the bottom of the barrel. He barely escaped with his life, having a stay of execution because Fei Long is smarter than executing an Avenger in the middle of the streets. But that doesn't mean that Fei Long doesn't have other avenues that he's gonna go down. Any attempt to take Tony off the board, Fei Long will do. He's just gonna do it with a little more stealth, a little less obvious. But after a little conversation, Tony hands a phone over to Emma Frost, showing her the Mutant Massacre headlines, and then what Orchis is saying about mutant medicine, with Emma in absolute disbelief. She sees this as the perfect frame job, and more than that, Emma cannot sense her girls. She doesn't even know if they are alive. While this heavy grief overcomes them, Emma says that they cannot do despair right now, that they have to get the high ground as quickly as possible. Now, Tony goes ahead and he suits up. He lets Emma know that you should probably stay down here for a while. Interpol warrants everything, the whole 9 yards. Underground is probably the safest place for her to be. And as Tony goes to walk out, Emma does have one question to ask. She asks Tony, what if they are all dead? And just like Captain America had said, Tony tells her to avenge them. We are seeing very much that the Avengers are on the side of mutant kind, though that was never really in question. The Avengers are showing up with a vengeance, many of them even excusing going too far, doing
I'm
too
doing pretty
much,
good. How about
because
yourself,
at this point,
Anita?
mutant kind, their kill no human rule is off the board, and it appears that
Thanks
the
for,
Avengers and everybody
stopping
else
by the
don't
channel.
really have a problem with this. After
How's
what
your
just
day
happened,
going?
it's almost as if they're excusing it because of it. Or at the very least, they're looking the other way. But this is what takes us over to Jersey City. Tony had sold his cab stand at a significant loss. He has been trying to get Rhodes out of jail, but not having the money or the funds to really supply any kind of legal assistance. He is selling off anything and everything he has to make sure he stays safe. The only problem, Fei Long is making it difficult. Fei Long is having guys beat him up in jail, and at this rate, he's really not going to survive much longer. And the advice that She-Hulk is giving him, the same advice that she has been giving, to give Fei Long back his armor and get a new lawyer, because she has to dump Tony as one of her clients if she is going to continue to help Rhodes. This is what takes us to Stark Unlimited HQ. Fei Long down on the main floor taking pictures with some locals. That's when the Iron Man suit comes crashing through the window. He tells Fei Long to call off all of the attacks. If he does not, he will suffer the consequences. But Fei Long finally has what he wants. He has the suit. As Iron Man leaves, we see him walking by a liquor store. For a brief moment, it looks like he might consider going inside and getting himself a handle, but he stops himself. He doesn't fall off the wagon. He is going to keep fighting. He's going to keep pushing on. And so after visiting a wig shop, he goes back to Emma Frost. He tells her that the Sentinels are hunting rumors of deportation to Morocco. He doesn't really know what to do from here, but as he has a conversation with Emma Frost, things get a little bit heated. Both of them have endured heavy losses. Both of them are grieving greatly. And so when the temperaments get high, we see the argument break out. But during this argument, that is where Tony begins to have a panic attack. Add in the fact that he is still concussed from last night. His best friend is in jail. Fei Long is going to have him killed just for knowing Tony Stark, just to destroy Tony. And we see a moment of weakness in Tony unlike any other, calling out, pleading for any kind of help. This is when Emma takes him into a little bit of a memory. Back in California, she took him to a simple and happier place. These days in the hangar, they were the best of his life. But this helps him get a little bit grounded. He knows that he needs new armor. He's thinking that maybe he needs 2. And though that may sound expensive, this is war. He tells Emma that he's not only willing to die for this, he's willing to earn that Interpol warrant. He just wants to do it in the smartest way possible, because he has a lot of engineering to do to overcome the Sentinels. This will require a lot of technology, and it's going to take time, but time is something that they don't have on their side. Nonetheless, the two of them strike an agreement. Their alliance will stand until the death of their enemies. As their conversation comes to an end, we see Tony pull out the wig, let her know that she can continue on as Hazel Kendall, also giving her a ring that has the side blocker. This will allow her to go out into public, to be untraceable, an opportunity to move in silence. As she gets changed, they head off to the Hellfire Gala. Right now, Emma Frost is a refugee. When all of this was going down, she knew that she had to do something with her money. Fearing that it might be seized, she transferred it to a third party. And so as they go inside, they are let known that the White King is in his study preparing for the meeting with his new attorneys. And when Tony sees who the new White King is, he is in absolute disbelief, because the new White King is Kingpin, aka What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Comic Breakdown. In this video, we are jumping into the Fantastic Four 2023 Annual. This is Contest of Chaos, Ghost Rider versus the Human Torch. Now, for those of you that have not been following the Contest of Chaos, Agatha Harkness is trying to rebuild the Darkhold. After stealing the Heart of Chthon, to reform this book, she must hold a contest. We have already seen a handful of individuals face off against one another. Spider-Man versus Wolverine, Iron Man versus Storm, and so today, it is fire versus fire. Now, make sure you guys have subscribed to the channel, make sure that you like this video, and with that being said, let's dive into this breakdown. Alright gang, so our story starts us off in Arizona. We have Ben and Johnny that are going to a local shoe store. A shoe store owned by Mr. B. On regular occasions, Ben's not one to wear shoes, but if he's gonna go out to a fancy restaurant like they plan to, he's gotta have the formal attire. And so while he's here getting ready to try on all of these shoes, Johnny goes looking for Mr. B. Not really sure where he went or where he's at. Johnny goes into the back office to look around for him, but after not finding him, he searches multiple rooms, eventually opening up the bathroom door. But when he opens up the door, what he finds is that this is a doorway to hell. With Johnny going through, not sure what the heck is going on, that is where he hears the voice of Johnny Blaze. Now Storm goes on to ask where the heck are we and what the heck is going on. Ghost Rider tells him that this is supposed to be hell, or at least it's supposed to look like hell, but something's not right here. As he touches one of the rocks, he sees that this place is some sort of illusion, that this is not the real hell. If he were to guess where they are, they're probably somewhere in the Midwest. But Johnny Blaze doesn't believe that Johnny Storm is here for any other reason than someone sent him. That this has all gotta be some kind of trick, manipulation. And so Johnny Blaze punches Johnny Storm in the face. This is where the Human Torch goes on fire. He turns his flame on, trying to figure out why Blaze would just punch somebody for no reason. Neither of them know why they are actually there, but Johnny Blaze fully believes that somebody had sent Storm after him. This is when they get attacked by some local demons. Changing their target, they focus on taking these demons down. Throwing them into some rocks, we see the demons transform back into humans. And when Storm tries to say something to Blaze, it is already too late. The Ghost Rider has taken over, and he can smell the sin of Johnny. And so, as the fight breaks out between the two, the Human Torch throwing fireballs, Ghost Rider saying that this is no match for him, that he is a firefly drowning in the flames of damnation. But before this fight can truly get underway, Johnny decides that he's just gonna leave. He's not trying to fight the Ghost Rider, and he has no intention of doing so. And so, zooming off, we see him take off. With Ghost Rider punching a rock, we see what he really punches is a van. This is his new ride. As he gets in, the van sets aflame, and he goes chasing after Johnny. Now, the Human Torch, flying across this illusion hell, that is where he runs into a hell train. As he flies by all the passenger windows, that is where we see the arrival of Ghost Rider, coming off of a cliff, running right into Johnny. The two of them crash land right inside the train, with Storm going on to say that he is sick and tired of this, that they're both fire guys and fire guys should be sticking together, but Ghost Rider has no intention of working together. He just wants to make Johnny hurt. And so when he goes to attack the Human Torch burns a hole right through the floor, and now he is flying underneath the train. This is where one of the Hellcats attack him. With Johnny fighting with this cat underneath the train, it gives away his location. Ghost Rider beginning to punch through the ground, to punch through the bottom of the train. The Human Torch blaming the Hellcat for this. When Ghost Rider pulls up something that he grabs, he pulls up the Hellcat, with the Human Torch telling the kitty to attack now. The Hellcat opens up its mouth, and another little demon cat comes out. It begins clawing at the face of Ghost Rider. And this is where Human Torch takes an opportunity. As the kitty gets slung out the window, Johnny already has the chain of Ghost Rider. Tied up to a cart, Johnny takes that cart and he throws it underneath the train. This is what pulls Ghost Rider right underneath. Johnny knew there was no way he could beat Ghost Rider in a fair fight. But there was never a discussion about a fair fight. Johnny won by any means necessary. And so as the Ghost Rider gets sucked underneath, the train keeps on going, and as the illusion fades away, Johnny sees that he is in Chicago. As the train pulls into the station, Johnny hops off only to find himself transported yet again. But this time, he is transported to Agatha. At first, she debates, she wonders, but then she says that she'll count this as a win, and she bids Johnny good luck in the next round. And that will be the end of this issue. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments.
China is preparing for war. Or is it? There's been a massive buildup of military forces and high-level purges of top generals. But today I'll peel back the curtain and look at what's really going on in the Chinese Communist Party. Welcome to China Uncensored, I'm Chris Chappell. So on YouTube you may have noticed a trend. Thumbnails like this, announcing China's imminent collapse in 29 days. Actually make that 25 days. No, 7 days. Actually, 0 days. The CCP has fallen. Ah, if only. Nowadays you'll see a lot of people saying war with China is imminent. And in some ways that argument makes sense. Chinese leader Xi Jinping is in a crisis like he's never faced before. Even worse than the communist power struggles with former Chinese leader Jiang Zemin. And there are signs China's economy is headed into a recession. A fifth of China's economy relies on exports, and they fall into a record low. The real estate market, a third of China's GDP, is also collapsing. And youth unemployment numbers are so bad, the government just stopped reporting them. And tens of trillions of dollars of debt plague local governments. And Xi Jinping will be getting all the blame, both from the Chinese people and rivals in the Chinese Communist Party. That's because he's amassed more personal power than any Chinese communist leader since Mao. So, why not start a war? Wars are great distractions from a country's problems. Rev up some nationalism, maybe retake Taiwan. What's there to lose? Now, this is an actual argument a lot of very smart people are making. Here's the gist. We know China is in the midst of the biggest military buildup since World War II. China's Navy is now bigger than America's, and they're building more ships faster than America too. Meanwhile, Chinese patrols are going further afield. There's even been unprecedented joint military drills with Russia in Japan's backyard.
Welcome back to another episode of Lockdown 23 and 1. Today we're doing another highly detailed breakdown and review of the hit TV show 60 Days In on A&E. If you want to watch the full episode without me talking, then go ahead and contact your cable provider. I'm sure they got some good plans coming up for the holidays. But today's episode, we're going to see something that I've seen personally many times. And believe it or not, it's up to the person on how they take these situations, but usually it ends up in a fight. Some things you just shouldn't talk about in prison because chances are it's going to lead to some turmoil. But let's get into it. If you enjoy this type of content, tap that like, subscribe, notification bell before you leave. And check out my beautifully assorted playlist with many more lockup videos for you to start watching today. So the first participant that we're going to be following today goes by the name of Orion. He's a personal trainer on the streets. I wonder if he's going to bring some of those exercise activities to the cell block. I'm not sure, but one thing's for sure, he's a Muslim. And we're going to see a bunch of situations that I've seen personally happen in real life happen to him in this episode today. But he's in the quarantine block right now, and that means you sit in your cell for 23 hours a day. With 1 hour out, use the phone, use the shower, whatever. And everybody has to go through this cell block to make sure that they're not sick. They don't want to pump a sick person into general population. It would cause a wildfire. Trust me, man. Lock up. When someone gets a cold, let's say they come in from the streets, because jail, there's people coming in and out all the time. They bring one cold in there, man. It's going to spread to the whole damn jail. And that's the last thing you want in lockup is being sick. It's the worst damn time on earth. You don't get nowhere near the treatment that you need, and by the time you do get it, the cold's probably already done and over with. Now, like I said, he's in the quarantine block, but we're also going to witness him go to general population. So let's get into it and see how Orion, the personal trainer, handles himself behind bars.
What's the definition of racism?
Racism is, to me, you being persecuted or treated unjustly because of the color of your skin. Okay. 2023, bro, I don't think it's racism, bro. Yeah. I think it's more laziness than racism.
Hell no, man.
Racism was prevalent in your generation. I don't care how old you are. That's not happening in my generation.
All right, first up, talking about things you probably shouldn't be talking about lockup, and that's things that are easily debatable. Religion, politics, and of course, maybe even racism could be thrown into the mix. And as you can see, things are already starting to heat up a little bit. Went from a common conversation to what the hell are you talking about, young buck? Let me wake your ass up a little bit. There ain't no racism nowadays. Are you kidding me? Bro, even if you hear no words about it ever again, it's still gonna be there. Even though they might be functioning around these individuals perfectly fine, deep down, some people are gonna hate you because of your skin color. That's just how it is. A lot of people were born and raised in a house where the parents were like that, so naturally they're gonna grow up like that. Not all the time, but I've seen these types of conversations, man, and they never really end well. Unless you got an understanding cellmate and one that's not really going to take it to that level.
Let me ask you this. The end of the conversation, does racism exist in 2023?
I said
no, answer the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, racism was prevalent in the past. But you
said racism exists. That's all I did.
Old head swindled him to give him the answer he wanted. Sipping on that milk box like it's a Chardonnay. Speaking of which, they need to keep putting the missing people in the milk cartons. It might get somewhere with it. But somehow he ended up finagling the young 21-year-old to agree with what he was saying. There is racism out here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You just said it. And to many people, I don't think you understand, but once someone actually answers it how you want them to answer something, then that means you're the winner of the debate. It's all over, bro. You agreed to what I was saying. I won. I don't care about anything else. I'm waiting for Canteen, bro. Don't talk to me about it no more. I won. But if you're trying to teach someone, man, you can't just shut them off when they're trying to explain their views. Let them talk and then politely rebuttal with your facts. Now, am I promising that everything's going to go good? No, I'm not. You could be polite and peaceful all you want. Keep in mind, I said don't even get near these type of debatable conversations because you never know. Let's say you are peaceful, polite, and handle everything exactly how you're supposed to. I've seen someone get beat up because he was keeping his composure so good. Homeboy's snapping, but you're so calm and not letting anything get to you that it's making him even more mad. Ends up beating you like a piece of tenderloin. You know, a lot of guys, man, when they know they look stupid or they're getting mad because they know they're wrong, they'll just hurt you. Physical abuse is coming. So stay clear of all them situations if you don't like to fight.
I got a son that's 26, and my son got profiled by police. And my son called me. Look at me. My son called me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Some people call this tough love. Some people call this sonning. He ain't your son though, right? And I don't care how comfortable I was getting with my cellmate. Ain't none of them gonna be touching me like that, poking me in my chest while I'm laying down, telling me to look at him, look at him, look at him. Shoot, man, I probably would have slapped him with a flop. Nah, I'm just playing. I would have definitely told him, don't poke me and back up, give me a little bit of space. No disrespect, right? And if he didn't do it after I asked him that, then yeah, we're gonna have to get to squabbling, man, because don't let anybody ever touch you like that, talk to you like that in lockup. I don't care if it's behind closed doors in a cell. You know people in the other cells is listening, right? And they're gonna say, man, old head just punked dude down, made him look him in his eyes like a daddy. Nah, man, everybody in here is an adult. You shouldn't be sonning nobody. There's a proper way to talk to the young buck, and I don't think this is the way to do it. But maybe he's ranged things out and feels comfortable with talking to him like this, knowing damn well he ain't gonna do nothing. Who knows?
My son called me. Look at me. My son called me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. He called me when I was in prison and said, Dad, this white cop is following me. What am I supposed to do, Dad? You know what that made me feel like in prison? My 18-year-old son getting profiled?
Hold on now, there's something about Orion I didn't know about. This changes the script on everything, man. He's already been to prison. He knows the game, man. He's had these debates over and over again. He knows exactly what he's doing, man. But still, I don't agree with some of his tactics, you know, on this debate section.
I don't want you to have to go through what we went through. That's all I'm telling you, young buck. I don't want you to go through it. So if some things are ugly, you gotta address it. You know what I'm saying? But I love you like you my son. You think I want you to go through 20 years in federal prison? You think I want you to get profiled? I hope you never experience that.
The 21-year-old is breaking down in tears, man, you know, and that right there shows, to me at least, he's going through some mental anguish, man, because a little debate like this with someone and someone giving you a little bit of wisdom, man, it damn sure ain't gonna bring me to tears. 21-year-old me, if old head was talking to me like that, I listen, but it'd be going out the other ear. I'm waiting for the poker table to turn up, thinking about my next state tray. I'll figure all that out when I get out, bro. He needs to teach that young buck the proper way to put his bunk together. That's what he needs to be teaching him, because he goes into damn penitentiary like that, man, he's getting got. I'm just playing again. He won't get got. Someone's going to teach his ass real quick. Can't be running around on that gator, man. You look like you're in the psych block. I will give it to him, though. He's saying some pretty wise words, man, and it can get emotional if you're watching the episode. They played a little slow tune beat. You know, the one that always draws a tear from nowhere. Like, you're not even that sad about the situation, but you hear the music and it just starts rolling on out. Shout out to him, though, man, trying his hardest to help this young guy. Now, Orion, as you can see, has made his way to the general population, and this cell block happens to be where one of the other participants was at, but he got moved because they said it was overcrowded. But in all actuality, they moved him because old Drip right here ran his paperwork through the system and found out that he's probably a part of whatever kind of program's going on in this jail right now. So Orion has a bunch of issues going on with his religious preferences. Who knows? He might have Drip to worry about as well. Keep in mind, Drip's in for murder. And as you can see, the young guy came with him, and they're sticking pretty close together. And that happens a lot, man. People that were housed in other cell blocks, like the quarantine side, they got used to each other. So when they get to general population, they kind of hang out there as well. I've also seen complete opposite. You talked it up and chopped it up at your cellie for a long time in that quarantine block. You get into general population, and he's good as gone. you will never talk to him anymore besides a walking hi bye, even in a jail cell block. It's because a lot of people realize the individuals that they're talking to are very low in the hierarchy. I mean, it's just like in school, you see movies where there's friends on the streets that hang out every day, but as soon as one of the friends get accepted by the cool guys, you know, your best friend goes to the wayside because you want to be cool. You don't want to get caught hanging out with him no more because then you'll get joked by your new cool friends. Man, it's the same damn concept. And I've seen so many situations like this to the point where I don't have no kind of hope in friendship, man. It's like, I'm good on that. But he's having some issues, and these are some of the issues that I've personally seen countless times. Muslim cats or any other religious beliefs come into the cell block, and a lot of these individuals have different diets, like no pork, right? And there's a lot of pork in these state trays sometimes. So that means he's going to get a grievance form. And this is what you get when you have issues in lockup, because once you fill out the form and give it to the correctional officer by law, they have a certain amount of time to reply back to your grievance. So there's people in there that will pump these grievances like clockwork. Sometimes they'll limit you to like 2 a week. Not allowed to, but that's what they do. Sometimes they'll pack your stuff up and throw you in the side pocket for throwing too many grievances around. Or they might even ship you to a whole nother prison because, man, look, staff, they look at it like, let it be someone else's problem. We're not going to continually keep on replying to these grievances, man. Get them the hell out this prison. Drip.
Can I get 2 grievance forms, please? Can I get 2 grievance forms?
Never ask for 2.
Excuse me, CL, can I get 2 grievances, please? Yeah. I think you only hand in one at a time.
Ah, see that? See what I said? Look, you can't be asking for 2 grievances, man. 1's hard enough. But 2, yeah, the COs are like, you're doing too much. I ain't giving you none now. Look, the COs are going to look at you because they dealt with these type of individuals many times over. They're going to look at you like a complainer, a nuisance, regardless of what the issue is that you want a grievance for. It doesn't matter. That's how these guards look at these individuals. Because, like I said, they've dealt with many in the past that just write, you know, bullcrap grievances that don't really have nothing to do with anything. They ruin it for everybody else that really has a real issue. Like, for instance, you know, I was in Virginia Beach City Jail, and the guys I was hanging around with in the cell block, you know, we could usually tell when someone came in new and was kind of gullible or easy to, you know, joke and bid off. Harmless games, you know, just makes all of our time go easier, and it's kind of like a crash course to the new guy coming in. He'll learn sooner or later, and then we'll move on to someone else that came in new. But this one guy, man, he was super gullible, and we started telling him about request forms and grievances, and he was wondering about why people were leaving the cell block. Well, it's because they were going to a program. I don't even know what program it was because that typically doesn't happen in jail. You're pretty much stuck in that cell block. Oh, now I remember. It was gym, okay? It was a cell block where the gym was not built into the cell block because on the new side of that jail, they had like this rec room. But the other part, you had to literally walk through the hallways to get to the little outside courtyard to do your rec. And it was very rare that we got to go there, but we did. And this guy was wondering where everybody was going, and he couldn't go because you had to sign up for it in advance. If you were asleep or something, when the CO came around and said, rec call, who's going? And you didn't sign up for it, when they come around to get the people, you ain't going. So when we got back, we came up with the spiel of telling him that we went to the pool room, get swim some laps. Right? And he was like, man, I want to go to the pool. How do I sign up? We told him, you gotta have to write a request form or a grievance, right? So he turns out he fills out both of them. And then a few days later, after the paperwork goes through, Sergeant comes into the block, right? And he comes directly to Homeboy's cell. And everyone's looking at him like, what's going on? Why is the sergeant talking to the new gullible guy, right? He leaves, and then the gullible guy comes out and says, bro, there's no pool. Sergeant's like, if you ever write another request form or grievance asking some crazy shit like this, I'll personally put you 6 feet in the hole. Not really 6 feet, but you know what I mean. In the hole, side pocket, segregation, whatever you want to call it. So that's just one instance of people crying wolf on the request forms and grievances, okay? Just imagine throughout time, mental issues and everything going on with some individuals. Man, they be bumping the craziest stuff. But see, this is why y'all watch my show, right? I'm seeing things that most people would never see. Take a close look at this picture right now. What am I looking at? What in this image could I possibly break down a little bit more? That's right, if you pick that double Cadillac extended cab back here, homeboy ganked an extra mat and put it under his. That's what we call sleeping on clouds, ladies and gentlemen. High rise. 2 mattresses is always a plus, but you always get caught up for them. It doesn't matter if you wrap it tight underneath the sheet. Guards be like, oh, nah, that puppy's too thick, bro. I know you got to. Some people will leave and, you know, they'll leave their mat. Guy that has a lot of time left or still a few weeks, months, something, he'll go grab it, put underneath his mat like you're seeing now. Now, sometimes when new people come into the cell block, that's when it makes things hot. They'll scream to the CO, hey, I don't have no mattress in here, man. All the mattresses are gone. Then the CO is going to come in. Possible shakedowns on his way. They'll probably give you a little warning. Hey, anybody with a double mat better get him up now, or we'll come in there and take it ourselves and whatever else contraband we can find. Now, the last thing you want to see if you're new is the biggest guy in the cell block having to give up that double mattress. Then you're like, oh, man, excuse me, sir, I apologize. You can keep it. Sleep on steel for the next 60 days in. Nah, don't feel bad, man. Don't feel bad. Even if you take it from the biggest guy in the block, you need a mat. And if you were to actually let him keep that mat, man, you're going to look like a straight sucker. But let's move forward, man. I told you this is high depth and detail.
I've been asking for a Quran for a week, and I've been asking for a religious exempt diet for a week. Quran and chaplain, boom. I did it for a week. Yeah, I did it 3 times. I'm just following what y'all saying. It worked.
And that's the other situation I've seen many times in lockup, man. These Muslim cats just want their Quran, but it seems like they can't get it, especially in jail. It's harder, but you get to prison, it becomes a lot easier. But you heard what he said, you gotta write your grievance to the chaplain. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but in the jails that I've seen, the chaplain's always like a Christian priest. Or Christian-based, I guess you could say. That is his core beliefs, and he has to handle all the other religious beliefs that happen to be in that jail. Even though he's a Christian, he still has to hand over Qurans or whatever else might come his way through that grievance form. If not, then he is risking the whole facility of going under a lawsuit and him getting fired because he didn't, you know, look out for other people's religious beliefs. In prison, though, like I said, it's a lot different. If you don't eat pork, then you can get yourself a bean tray in prison. Breakfast time, a peanut butter tray. And in prison, you know, you're going to hear all throughout the day religious activities for the Muslims to go out and do stuff back and forth, back and forth. You'll see them coming in and out. You'll see them praying in the morning, praying at night, or, you know, was it sunset? I used to wake up to about 20 of these cats on their prayer rugs, you know, doing their thing in the morning. It's just what you're gonna see in prison. I made a video in the past as well about the most feared and respected inmates, at least from what I've seen in the Virginia prison system, and that was the Muslims, man. It's just, you know, they can get busy. But that's a good stopping point, ladies and gentlemen. There's actually a fight that's about to break out in the cell block with that young buck that old Ryan was trying to coach a bit in the quarantine block. Man, oh man, it's going to be a good next episode. But I really wanted to focus on the whole Muslim side of things, since these are real issues that I've seen numerous times. But hopefully you enjoyed and learned something as always. Don't forget, the main focal point here is to never go to lockup, period. But if you do,
amen
it's best to be prepared. And these episodes will definitely get you ready for it. So if you...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to tell me just what in the hell haircut is this right here? Why? Why? Like, did you lose a bet? You understand what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Like, it looks like you survived some sort of incident involving a machete. Why would you cut your hair that way? like you sit down in the barber chair, like, all right, what you want? Let me get a bald fade sideways.
Get the full
Like,
chin
I
strap.
want the boosie, but I want you to twist that bad boy this way. Like how it's bald, but twist it. And then I don't want you to fade it. I just want it to be a big old strip. Just like that. Give me a hatchback with the moon, crescent moon lineup. And like, oh, you mean make you look like a damn fool? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what you got it.
Wake up, bird! Some new Switch 2 news has just dropped. I've been ignoring a lot of it because then I would become a review Switch 2 USA. But this is actually hitting different. There's some big news here. I need you to focus on my ass. Nintendo, focus on my ass. You see what I did there? You don't know what I did yet because I didn't actually talk about the story, but just focus. Watch the video and subscribe. Skip it up and that up. So like I said in the intro, I have stayed away from Switch 2 rumors because quite frankly myself, I got tired of them. There have been Switch 2, Switch Pro, whatever the hell you want to call it, rumors since like 1982. Like literally since the Switch dropped, they were already putting out a more powerful Switch is coming.
Yeah.
Switch Pro, which the Switch OLED, from what I've read, it's almost confirmed, was supposed to be the Pro, but due to shortages, due to COVID, they were just like, yeah, let's just put an OLED screen and call it a day, which that was a choice. Now, I'm going to say this like I have always done and have been saying for years. Take this with a minuscule, microscopic grain of salt because it could be total misinformation. We have seen people trick news outlets into thinking that they were a source when they weren't. You remember that back in the day with Nintendo? It was quite interesting. So this could all be nonsense. But man, they put in a lot of work to do this nonsense, but people have put in that work to trick people, so just keep that all in mind. This comes from tomsguide.com. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. The Nintendo Switch rumor mill has churned out one of its most intriguing leaks to date. An unverified tipster, just the tip, continuing on, has claimed that Nintendo will drop the Switch name from its next console, and the same source has also suggested the device will launch with a pretty killer lineup that includes a new Mario Kart game, which would be nice because they are still milking Mario Kart 8 that were first released on the Wii U. You remember that system, right? It failed. Mario Kart 8 is great, don't get me wrong, but it's time for a new one.
Awesome.
They're like pulling a Grand Theft Auto.
Mario
Kart 8. Let's continue.
Mario
Grand Theft
Kart.
Auto 5, I mean to say. Going by the name Jonathan Bark. This leaker, who if you go to his Twitter profile does not instill much faith in his credibility, has taken to social media to offer up some intriguing information. Now keep in mind, one thing I will say is that this Twitter profile is from 2015. It's not like it was made yesterday, but it still doesn't mean it's a pile of crap. It's a weird profile. The biggest morsel is that the Switch 2 will actually be called the Nintendo Focus. Focus on PlayStation's Portal. This is getting weird.
Ugh.
This is getting real weird. Let's go. And the source has also provided a logo for the device. And are you ready for it? You probably saw it in the thumbnail already, but are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Have a goddamn cucumber. Now, I do find it weird that they would get rid of the name Switch from their next-gen console, especially if it's going to have a similar form factor to, well, the Switch. But I think Nintendo is afraid. Tom's Guide says the same thing too, but it is true that, hey, remember when we had the really successful Wii and then we came out with the Wii U? How'd that work out? But Nintendo, that was your shit marketing. That was your terrible marketing that made that happen.
Yep.
Hate to break it to you. People thought that the Wii U was an add-on for the
Yep.
Wii. Call it like the Super Nintendo Switch. Jesus, there you go. You're welcome. But they're gonna call it the Focus, maybe. We'll see what happens. But it'd be interesting if they're so afraid of doing the same thing they did with the Wii U again, that they totally changed the name. But people are excited for a new Switch, so maybe sticking to the same name would be a good idea.
Yeah,
I'm
Switch
rambling
2.
now. Let's continue. Now, this mysterious Barkman also is saying that the new whatever the hell it's going to be from
What
Nintendo,
the hell
the
is, I
Focus, is
don't
going to have
understand the
VR
problem.
capabilities.
You guys are thinking about it
which
too
are
much.
not further explained. To date, Nintendo has not entered the virtual reality arena with a product of its own. Oh no. So we would be surprised to see its next flagship device place VR at its center. However, Nintendo has a long track record of surprise moves, and perhaps this is just the latest one, which is fine so long as VR is an add-on to it. If the next console from Nintendo comes out and it is VR only, I am going to cry. I am like, Nintendo, you have the formula. Don't screw it up. You want to innovate and have a VR addition to the Switch? Perfect. You want to name it Focus? All right, not the end of the world. Hey, it'll definitely differentiate it from the Switch, even though I still think new Super Nintendo Switch would be or Super Nintendo Switch would be a cooler name, but whatever. I'm old. Maybe that's why I think so. But don't make the console just VR, for the love of Christ. Please. I don't think they're going to do that, but whatever. Again, these are rumors, and all these rumors could be a pile of crap. Keep that in mind, too. The source has also provided information about the launch lineup for the Nintendo Focus. The console will reportedly come with a pack entitled called Relno Ramen Warrior. Okay. This will be a 3D platformer with co-op elements. And another key launch title will be Mario Kart. I'll believe that when I see it.
Bullshit.
The leaker doesn't specify if this will be a new installment in the popular racing franchise.
Cue the drum roll. All right, open your boxes. Open your boxes. 1, 2, 3. You get a car! You get a car! You get a car! Everybody gets a car!
What's up, guys? It's your boy Benny. So there's been a lot of curious questions about what happened in Maui, and now that the reports are coming out about what the emergency officials actually did, I am more convinced than I have ever been that something is up. Okay? Something is up. And it doesn't have to do with sky lasers or directed energy weapons or things that are colored blue, although, hey, you have every right to ask every question, and, you know, we've looked into that kind of stuff. And it's interesting. We did entire videos on if The Simpsons predicted what was happening. But let's stick with what the corporate media is reporting right now, because on its face, that is damning enough. Now, there's been plenty of videos like this out on the internet, right? Of people saying, wow, very curious how the fires happen to avoid multi-million-dollar
Stop
mansions.
right there.
Curious how Oprah and Zuckerberg and Obama are buying up the entire island of
Yeah.
Maui, and it seems like
It-
all the rich
and all that
people's
all that
homes
property that
get
burned
touched by
up
the fire, and all the
were
poor people's
being
homes,
held by people
we needed to push them out
who didn't want to sell their property
pools
to
and tennis
these million-dollar
Well, their
corporations.
homes got burned to ashes.
Yeah,
Joe Biden gave
all
them
their land
$700,
got burned
patted
down.
them on the head,
Yeah,
and
all these
said,
people that were
"You'll
holding
never see
out,
your children again," okay?
saying
So
we don't want to
these
sell
are
to
the kind
you.
of clips that went up and
All their property got burned down.
immediately viral,
Oprah
right?
property
Like,
didn't
this
get
had
burned down.
21,000 retweets.
All these other
Meanwhile, fires in
celebrities'
Maui know how to
property
avoid
didn't get
multiple
burned down.
properties. Climate change sure is smart. But
Yeah.
these are the tweets that are going viral now that have less to do with like skepticism about the nature of the fire and more to do with the response
Yep.
that the evil emergency managers in Hawaii and the leaders there had to these fires in the first place.
Even if
Check
you
this out.
believe
This
it's
is from Matt
natural,
Walsh. It got an Elon
all
Musk
this other
response
stuff went on.
that said everyone needs to go to jail. Amazing tweet here. Just to review,
Warnings
the local government
weren't
in Maui didn't use the
fired
sirens
off.
to alert residents of the fire, didn't allow access to water to put out the fire. And then they blocked the exits out of town. This is one of the greatest scandals in American history. Maybe people should be in prison. Yeah, but instead Donald Trump's the one getting arrested. So what does Matt reference here? Some type of like crazy Reddit post? Nope. The Associated Press. Deadly Maui fires. Many had no warnings and no way out. Those who dodged the barricades survived. Oh, okay. So they barricaded people into their houses. Let's read from the conspiracy theory website, The Associated Press. Official Facebook fact checker. As the flames tore through West Maui neighborhood, car after car, fleeing residents headed out of the paved roads in town, desperate for a race to safety. Car after car was turned back towards the fires by a blockade blocking the highway. One family swerved around the barricade and was safe.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So if you didn't obey the officials,
I would have hit whoever I had to hit.
interesting how there's a parallel here to so many things that have happened in recent memory. If you don't obey the officials, you'll survive.
This got to be the worst death imaginable.
One family swerved
Burning
around the
to death.
barricade and was safe in a nearby town
Nah.
8 minutes later. Another drove their four-wheel drive car down a dirt road to escape. One man took a dirt road uphill, climbing above the fire, watching as Lahaina burned. He later picked his way through the flames, smoke, and rubble to pull survivors to safety. This guy's neighborhood was hit really hard, and there were kids in his neighborhoods when the flame hit. We needed 10 more minutes, and we could have saved a lot of kids, he said, choking back tears, if we had just 10 to 15-minute warning. The family ventured out of the Kalui Mall recently, looking for a moment of normalcy in the aftermath of the tragedy. They ran into a playmate of their son. The kids just don't have a filter. Their son ran up and was telling our son, this kid is dead. This kid is dead. And like all my son's friends in their house every single day, the parents were at work. They were home alone, and nobody had a warning. Nobody knew. So they didn't sound the warning sirens. Here's the actual fire. The actual article about this fire. And about saying that only the people that didn't follow the official orders of those in charge survived. My God. Okay, so did they sound the alarms for the fire? No, they did not. Maui's top emergency officials is out after failing to sound sirens as fires approached. The officials have changed their story time and time again about this fire. The emergency management director, Herman Andaya, who made the final decision against activating the emergency siren, has resigned. The sirens were meant to be an alert for residents of imminent tsunamis, wildfires, and terrorist attacks. Residents have concluded the use of the sirens would have saved countless lives. But the director said he has no regrets. Oh, interesting. And the Hawaii governor has consistently defended the refusal to use sirens. They need to be prosecuted. They need to be prosecuted. Maybe they didn't use sirens because they were told to not use sirens. Maybe they wanted this to be as bad of a disaster as they possibly could get in order to push an agenda. What agenda would that be? Well, John Podesta explained from the White House. To stop these disasters from getting worse, we have to cut carbon pollution that's driving the climate crisis. This is what the Inflation Reduction Act is all about. So let's spend more money, tax you.
No, how about we remove the brush that we've been telling
Matt
you to
Walsh,
remove for
in his
years
tweet,
in all
got a
these
response from
places
Elon
that
Musk.
start fires?
In case you're wondering how
Yeah, how about we start there?
They should be prosecuted if there's any
Removing
justice,
brush.
says Elon Musk.
Stop making it illegal to
blocked
remove it.
The roads out of town.
We could
so
start
people would
there.
Be burned alive. What possibly
How
could
about
be
you reduce your climate
And they
footprint
didn't
by
just
not
stop
taking private
the
jets
roads.
anymore?
They didn't just block the roads. They blocked the water.
Your footprint's
Here's Kaleo
way
Manuel,
bigger than
the
ours.
Hawaiian water official who refused to release water resources.
No, we
Explained his
don't
philosophy
need
about
to do
water.
that. You guys are the bad guys. You need to stop
Earthly
using your
manifestations
gas
of God, we
stoves.
become so used to water.
You're
it's
the
something that we
problem.
use, and that's something that we
Your
revere.
gas
So we have
stoves
to
and your
revere the
gas
water. That's why your
cars.
children need to burn alive.
Not our
I'm sure the victims of the Maui fire are very, very
gas guzzling private jets that we take every single
So,
fucking
why are
place
they
we
hiding
can.
the amount of death inside of Maui? We're not sure. Nick Sortor is a independent journalist who's on the ground there in Maui. He's saying that there are 1,000 names of missing people, and nobody is answering any questions. In fact, Nick Sortor is regularly and consistently being bullied or put in headlocks by the security there in Maui for the officials. Why are they not letting information out? Why is the government hiding information from the people? How many children are missing or dead? We deserve to know. Again, Nick is doing a great job reporting from the ground there. And Nick is obviously somebody who's just a fantastic independent journalist. So this is just utterly fascinating. FEMA is also attempting to silence the media reporters. This is Nick right here trying to ask a question of the officials. The Maui police headlock me for asking the mayor about missing children. Check it out. Why would they try and stop journalists from asking questions? Well, of course, because they have something to hide. Check this out.
Piston was wrapping up a media briefing in Lahaina today when a man confronted him about the information being publicly released.
We have no idea if any of them are children. We have no idea.
That's independent journalist Nick Sorter. His social media says he flew in from Louisville 2 days ago. Police asked Sorter to calm down and even physically held him back. He persisted, but it eventually ended peacefully.
Sir, we don't know who you are. You're not identifying yourself as
Are you law enforcement?
Yeah.
We talk to your law enforcement. So we're not going to ask that question. How many of these 10 cadavers are?
The Maui department, okay? The press show is over. Yeah.
Right, so he's not going to answer my
done.
question.
Thank you.
Yeah, take pictures of me.
There's no need for that.
You're with Maui Police, right?
Yeah, he's done with the press conference.
Get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah. Get out of my way. Who are you?
With the Maui Police Department.
Okay, and
I
what's
don't
my
give a
crime?
shit.
You're literally pushing
The
me.
press conference is
I
over.
don't f***ing care if the press conference is over. Get out of the way.
Fuck out of my way, you fat fucking
Sorry.
piece of shit.
All right, so sir, 110 cadavers, but we can't, identify. We can't identify how many of them are children. This is get out of my fucking dude. Get off my throat.
Relax, sir. Relax.
No, I'm not gonna get.
Relax.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not gonna relax, dude. No, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm trying to ask a fucking question, and we can't get the answer for it. How many of the 110 dead are children? You know who are children. They're cadavers. You have the bodies. You know how many of them are children. How many children are dead? Step back, please. How many children are dead, Mayor? So you're just not going to tell.
I don't know. I wish
Yes,
I knew
you
the answer.
do. How many children are missing? You
I
know.
wish I knew the answer to that. I'd be happy to answer that.
You have no estimate as to how many children are missing?
I guess
Nothing?
we can end this right now if you guys want. Sorry,
This is one of the biggest questions that the people of Lahaina have, but you don't want to answer.
It always takes one or two to ruin it for everybody. Please, this is our first.
Well, we could say that about you. You ruined it for everyone.
You're welcome to say it. You're the media. You can say whatever you want.
You're a disaster.
All right. Okay.
You've been the worst mayor we could possibly imagine.
You won't even wait.
Respect. Respect what? This is the most dismal response we've ever had.
You won't wait for your turn. You want to shout over these guys that are legitimate.
Why don't you give them the real answers then? Give them the real answers.
That's not his question.
Let him.
Yeah. Yeah. You can go. You can go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another video here on the channel, and today we're going to be taking a look at some pretty good examples, I feel like, of just what YouTube's issues really are. And I know that that sounds like maybe a little bit of a heavy statement for what, we're about to take a look at here, but honestly, it's pretty incredible, not only what kind of content on YouTube actually gets views, but also what kind of content that YouTube kind of turns a blind eye to right now. There's been a lot of situations over the years, I feel like, where people have, had their channels terminated or targeted by YouTube in some way for the type of content that they make, and people have debated whether or not that these people really deserved, I guess, YouTube to step in and do anything to them. I mean, throughout the 2016 era of YouTube, I'm sure many of you will recall that we had I would say, invasion of prank YouTube channels, going around. They would go in the hood and they'd say the N-word or whatever, and of course, when 4 of the black guys that they said it to would chase them down the street trying to break their fucking head, they'd be, oh, it's just a prank, bro, it's just a prank, dude, we had Elsa Gate, the whole Spider-Man and Elsa and bullshit. We've had so many controversies over the years when it comes to what people upload to the platform, what, I guess, gets promoted, what's okay, what kids see, what kids don't see, it's a fucking mess. It really is. And oftentimes it's hard to keep up because it's like, okay, well, what's the new bad piece of content, right? What's everybody, I guess, mad about now? And I obviously have made YouTube videos for a very long time. I've made thousands of videos on this channel, right? And, you know, when you make that much content, when you make videos about some of the topics that I make videos about, you're bound to have YouTube kind of, I guess, step in at some point. I've had hundreds of videos demonetized. I've had dozens of videos age restricted. I've even had a couple videos, I think, taken down. And, you know, in a lot of these situations, I sit there and I wonder, why the fuck is YouTube really going after this, right? Like, why does YouTube care about me doing this? But then there's like so many examples of people on the platform just doing horrible, weird shit, just making garbage, right? For mostly children. That's what we're really going to be seeing in this today, right? Is we're going to be taking a look at some video, like, screenshots and whatnot from YouTube, and we're going to just be, I guess, taking a look at what's really out there on the World Wide Web, man. You know, it's, imagine it's 1999, right? And the cool crispness of Y2K is in the air, right? You're exploring the internet for one of the first times. Imagine you see this shit, right? The things that we're going to take a look at today. I challenge you to view it from that perspective, to see what you would think, to see how you would react to such a thing, right? So I really don't know if there's any other way to get this started but then to just like jump in head first. I mean, why not just fucking face it head on? So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the video. Grimace Shake Gas, Roblox girl fart animation. Okay, so apparently this McDonald's employee with titties bigger than her head named Abigail is getting a little gassy, okay? She had her a Grimace Shake from McDonald's, you know, she works there. And you guys know what happens when you get a little grimace in you, right? Let's just say the gas starts. So, Roblox girl fart animations seem to be a pretty popular form of content on the platform. Really, more or less, animations of characters farting. Now, I don't think I need to sit here and explain to you, like, who is watching these videos, but let's just say, hopefully, and for the most part, it's not adults, okay? So, this is the kind of shit that your little cousin is watching on the iPad at the family reunion, right? When you walk by and you're like, you know, what the fuck is little Timmy taking a look at, right? This is what little Timmy's watching. He's watching Grimace Shake Gas Roblox girl fart animations. Now, I don't even want to get into what this video actually pertains to, but what the fuck are kids watching, man? Like, what are we as a country allowing our children to consume, bro? These kids are, you know, they're young, they're impressionable, and instead of molding them into, you know, oh, I want to be an astronaut, right? I want to be a lawyer or a doctor. We're molding them into, I want to make Grimace Shake Roblox girl fart animations for YouTube, bro. Like, we are a failing state. The United States is destined to collapse. Alternative fuel, Roblox furry fart animation. Okay, so every single word in that, like, progressively got worse, right? So I don't know what the trend is with, like, Roblox especially in, like, fart animations, but apparently there's, like, a whole fucking subcategory of content on YouTube that just revolves around, like, truthfully pretty talented people making animations of Roblox characters fucking farting. And this time it just so happens to be a furry, so I guess a furry is farting through their fursuit in this one. Me saying that out loud just now triggered, like, Soviet, like, fucking sleeper agent codes in my brain, and I kind of just want to go drown myself in the ocean face down. Like, what the fuck? Even as, like, a kid, bro, like, when I was a kid, for instance, right, on YouTube, I was watching YouTube poops, right? I was watching SpongeBob call people pinguses, you know what I mean? And I was watching fucking Spider-Man dance to Walk It Out in 144p, and Xbox Live party chat and game chat arguments where people were calling each other racial slurs in the financial recession. Kids today are apparently watching Roblox furry fart animations. Like, we wonder why society's collapsing, right? We wonder why the fucking dollar's getting devalued. We wonder why the Chinese are trying to build a fucking super alliance to take us out. It's shit like this, dude. You know, maybe they're right. Maybe American culture, maybe Western culture really is a detriment to society. Maybe we really have taken it too fucking far. Maybe we should implement social credit and, like, start punishing people for watching this shit. Like, if you're over the age of 16, right? This is the new law I propose as future president of the United States. If you're over the age of, 12 years old, and you are caught clicking on a video that's about Roblox fart animations, you immediately lose 35 social score, and a picture of you is displayed on all of the fucking screens around the city with a fucking disparaging message. Because, like, this can't go on, man. It's okay though, because now we can guess by ass Fortnite Chapter 3 challenges by visitor. Alright, so I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to fucking have that come out of my mouth out loud. I apologize, by the way, especially if your family is nearby and they had to hear me say that. I apologize to anybody who had to have that go into their fucking eardrums. But yeah, man, to be fair, we've kind of known about this content for a while. People fucking doing weird stuff like this. Once again, man, you'll notice a trend with these videos. You'll notice a fucking trend. They all seem to be targeted and mostly geared towards like children, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, man, if you're a grown fucking man, like paying taxes, voting for president, fucking drinking beer, you should not be watching Guess by Ass Fortnite Chapter 3s. You should not be doing trivia night on which booty breakdown is happening by which skin. That is fucking embarrassing. That is pathetic. So it's weird how you'll notice that these kinds of videos that are hypersexual, hyper weird, they're geared towards children. I mean, most people who like Fortnite, I would assume, are kids. Like, it's a very kid-centric game. Kinda weird, I feel like, to make sexualized content surrounding that. But, I mean, that's what people do, bro. That's what gets the views on YouTube, I guess. So I drank a bunch of baby milk, now I'm pregnant, okay? So I've already made, I think at least 1 or 2 videos talking about these animated storytime channels, but this is shit that was like super popular. I don't even know if it's still really popular, but especially a few years ago, like pandemic era, this shit was super popular, right? Now, these aren't your average Fortnite furry fart videos, or, you know, guess which Fortnite butt has the best jiggle physics, but it is something great nonetheless, right? Because you have somebody who has a clearly fake story, right? Like, you drank baby milk, now you're pregnant. That's not even scientifically possible, right? You would have had the same amount of truth in this statement if you came on here and said, I ate pork chops, now I'm an alien that can shit gold, right? You'd have the same fucking level of truth in both statements, which would be 0. But of course, this kind of content was fucking popular as hell back then. Like I said, I don't know if it's still blowing up or not, but these kinds of fake stories are nothing new to YouTube. This is what people do when they don't have any other ideas, right? They just fucking make things up, right? Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you can get 1.5 million views lying about drinking baby milk and getting pregnant, why wouldn't you? I don't know. Usually these animations are very crude and shitty. They're done like by a Fiverr artist as fast as possibly can be done. You know, they get some random person to voice it over. It's weird shit, dude. Like I said, I've already made videos talking about this in particular, and it's odd. Connor Murphy drinks another man's cream to make gains. My analysis, okay?
What?
By more plates, more dates. So I'm just gonna assume this is one of those alpha male fucking top G channels where essentially the advice that you're given is to just hate women. Women are fucking stupid. Hate women, go to the gym a whole bunch, and you're gonna be just like top G. Which, I mean, I guess if you go to the gym a whole bunch, you'll be top G or whatever. But I'm gonna be real, bro. I think there's a couple other things you can do to get gains that don't really involve drinking another man's broger, you know what I mean? Drinking another man's fucking breed feed, fucking broth, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, dog. Like, I would almost rather be out of shape and like fucked up my whole life than to have to drink a cup full of fucking vanilla flavoring from another grown-ass man, you know what I mean, bro? Like, that's just insane. I hope that this is fake. I really fucking hope that this is fake, bro, because you can't call yourself an alpha male if you're fucking drinking another man's breed, you know what I mean? Come on, bro. Hot Feet Challenge. Feet TikTok compilation part 90.
It definitely does seem
now, I'm not here to judge y'all if y'all are into
we're
feet,
going.
right? If you're one of these dudes who you like to suck a little toes, you know, hey, I don't judge you, bro. Do your thing, man. Do your fucking thing. However, I will say, if you're on part 90 of the Hot Feet TikTok Challenge compilations, you should be admitted to a psychiatric ward and have studies done on your brain, and then probably
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Comic Breakdown. In this video, we are jumping into issue number 24 of Venom. Now, when it comes to the Venom line, there has been a lot going on. From Eddie Brock to Dylan Brock, We have seen Eddie Brock traversing time and space, his consciousness jumping from one symbiote to another throughout time. But now he is on the path to saving his son. To save his son, he is going to need time travel. Though he can technically time travel, he needs something a little more real. That way, not just his consciousness is traveling, but his whole body. And so he goes to the one person that he knows that might have something he needs. That somebody is Dr. Doom. Now, make sure you guys have subscribed to the channel, make sure that you like this video, and with that being said, let's dive into this breakdown. Alright gang, we are picking up at the TSA of Doombots. Eddie Brock has traveled to the land of Doom, and he is going under the alias of Charles Allen. As he goes through all of the baggage checks, this is where one of the Doombots says that he is lying. He said that he had nothing to declare, and they know this to be false. When he opens up the bag, this is where Bedlam comes out. He eats up one of these Doombots, and though he tried to warn the Doombot, it didn't change the outcome. This is when the other Doombots begin to descend down on Eddie, because what he just did is a capital offense, revealing his real name to be Eddie Brock. He tells the Doombots that he is here to see Doom, that him and the Doctor go way back, referring to Venom Lethal Protector 2. But these Doombots, they don't care. They begin to electrify him. Stopping Eddie Brock's heart, he only starts it up again, saying that you could throw anything you choose. It's not gonna stop me. When the Doombots step it up, this is where Bedlam says that he wants in on the games. Bonding himself to Eddie yet again, we see them go and just dominate everything. Not a single Doombot can stand in their way. And some hours later, we have Dr. Doom, who is getting a sit rep from one of his Doombots, as the Doombot tries to save its own self. But because of this Doombot's failure, we see Doom destroy it. A knock at the door, and that is where we have the arrival of Bedlam and Eddie Brock, with Doom inviting Eddie to sit down and have some food. We see the symbiote go away and Eddie Brock go ahead and sit at the table. And if Eddie's being honest, this wasn't the reception that he anticipated. But Doom has a sliver of respect for him. Eddie Brock is now a king, and he came to this title the same as Doom did, not through some petty accident of birth. It was as random and unearned as the path of a cosmic storm, by the shedding of his blood, by the sweat of his brow, and the knowledge that is at his command. And while Eddie is definitely not ungrateful, he seems to recall their altercation over control of just one symbiote. Now he has control over all of them, asking Doom, should he be worried? And Doom tells him, of course you should. But what is life without any risk? But Eddie wouldn't come here unless there was something that Doom had that he wanted. And Eddie tells him that he's right. There is one thing that they have in common, and that is time travel. Now, Doom's not sure if he can really time travel. There are those that claim they can time travel, but it's really just dimensional travel with extra steps, traveling to parallel realities. Technically, this is a form of time traveling, but Doom wouldn't consider it to be that. Eddie going on to say that he can time travel, but it is just his mind. He is unable to change stuff with that. He can only be the cause of it. And so to do what he needs to do without getting locked in his own destiny, he needs to bring his body with him as well. He needs a real time machine. He needs Dr. Doom's. And Doom immediately tells him that that is out of the question, that he would never allow somebody like Eddie Brock to have universe-destroying technology like this at his fingertips. With Doom also saying that he's gonna give him a chance to turn away from the path that he is on, to go home. Return to your son. But Eddie knows that he can't. Dylan is the quest. Right now, he's a danger to him. He is a ticking time bomb. He must defuse himself to end the threat, or he can never go home. And so, knowing that this will not be solved through civilized means, Doom asks if he would like to start then. With Bedlam coming out, we see Eddie Brock flip the table, smash it on top of Dr. Doom's head, and this fight is in full effect, with Doom summoning the awful arm. It grabs hold of Eddie, and one by one, Eddie begins to break its fingers. Breaking its grip over him, even Dr. Doom is impressed. Such a simple tactic, yet so effective. Doom saying that he will remember this for the next visit to the Infernal Court. But as Doom goes to end this once and for all, we see that Eddie breaks through a wall. Breaking through this wall, he walks into a room that seems very different than the one he was just in. This is where Doom really starts to get irritated. Eddie deducing that this must be the room that has the time machine in it. That is the only reason that Doom would be so irritated with him coming in here. But with Doom giving him a heavy blast in the back, he goes in to try and finish off Eddie Brock, only for Bedlam to grab hold of Dr. Doom. Biting his head, Dr. Doom fights to be free. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock is tinkering and punching and touching everything on this machine, trying to get it to work. With nothing working and Doom getting even closer, Eddie Brock decides he's just gonna punch it. Punching the machine, this is what activates it. And with the time machine turning on, we see Eddie Brock, Dr. Doom, and Bedlam all getting sucked into time. And that will be the end of this issue. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments. A relatively short issue, but definitely enjoyable. You guys know I love anything that has Dr. Doom in it, and this is no exception. Seeing the King in Black standing against Dr. Doom, we have to assume that Dr. Doom knows the full extent of the King in Black's powers. And so, is it arrogance, or is it just hubris, thinking that he could actually defeat him? Now, this fight wasn't Eddie Brock trying to go against Dr. Doom. It was Eddie Brock trying to find the time machine. If he was actually trying to go toe-to-toe with Doom, I think this fight would have gone a much different direction, but we also haven't seen the full extent of Eddie's powers. Now that he has a full understanding of what he is, where he is, and what he is supposed to be, Eddie Brock has never been more powerful, on par with the Beyonders themselves. Could Doom truly stand against such a force? Now, maybe we'll get the opportunity to see in the next issue, or maybe we'll see a Venom Dr. Doom team up as they
I summon Agent Tammy in attack mode.
Rick Sanchez?
Tammy, the mega bitch, Gooderman. Tammy has a special ability. She increases Phoenix Person's attack points to 3,000 when she is on the field. Also, as long as Phoenix Person is on the field, she cannot be attacked. Phoenix Person, attack the Pharaoh directly.
I activate my face down card. Magician Navigation! This allows me to special summon the Dark Magician from my hand and Dark Magician Girl from my deck. Now my Dark Magical Circle's effect activates, allowing me to banish any card on the field. Say goodbye to your Phoenix Person.
I don't think so. I activate my trap card, Dimension Substitution. When a monster on my side of the field is selected as a target for an effect, a substitution token is special summoned, and that becomes the new target. The original is banished temporarily, then special summoned back to my side of the field at the end of my turn. Pharaoh, you're a crafty bastard, aren't you? I see why C-137 had trouble trying to beat you.
Rick Prime, I don't know much about you, but any man who is capable of taking the life of an innocent mother and her child is beyond redemption.
That's funny, because Maleficus told me all about your royal bloodline, and all the messed up things they did at the village of Kolomna. That puzzle you wear so proudly was created through the non-consensual sacrifice of human souls. Personally, I don't give a fuck, but please, spare me the hypocrisy.
I may not remember my past, but I know in my heart that my intentions are for the good of mankind.
That memory loss of yours must be a bitch. I set one card face down and end my turn.
My move. I activate the magic card, Magic Formula on the Dark Magician. This increases his attack points by 700.
I activate the Quick Play Magic card, Necro Shield. This reduces any battle damage I take to 0 until the end of this turn.
Dark Magician, attack Phoenix Person. Dark Magic attack.
I activate my trap card, Portal Mania. I can use this to redirect your attack to Bird Person. Really wish I had Jinza right now.
I set 2 cards face down and end my turn.
I summon my Serpent Queen in attack mode. And now I will use my Serpent Queen to attack your face-down monster.
I'm King Flippy Nips.
By attacking Flippy Nips, you activated his flip effect. Each player now discards their entire hand and draws until they have 5 cards in their hand.
Perfect.
Tell me something, dickhead. Why did Prime choose to partner with you?
My knowledge of the ancient gods.
What knowledge?
You will find out soon enough. This, I assure you. I will set 2 cards face down and end my turn.
My move! When there are no monsters on my side of the field, I can special summon Krolrik from my hand. When Krolrik is summoned, his special ability activates. I can discard 1 card to destroy 1 monster on your side of the field with the lowest attack. Looks like the Mega Bitch is going to the graveyard. Now I summon Purge-Rick in attack mode. These douchebags are loaded with traps, but this magic card can protect me from 2 of them. Next, I play the magic card Cromulon Gaze. This allows me to select a face-down magic or trap cards. They cannot be activated until the end of this turn. Let's hope you pick the right card, C137. Fingers crossed. Krolrik, attack Phoenix person.
I activate my trap card, Sacred Sacrifice.
For fuck's sake!
When you declare an attack, I can special summon my ancient zombie in attack mode. Now this becomes the target of your attack. And now the 3rd and final seal activates.
I think not. By banishing my Magician Navigation card from my graveyard, I can negate the effect of your Seal of the Dead.
You're not the only one with a graveyard effect. Thanks to King Flippy Nips, I discarded Cornelius Daniel to the graveyard. By paying 1,000 life points, I can banish him from the graveyard and negate the effect your Magician Navigation. Shit!
And now, my Seal of the Dead is complete. And I can add any card from my deck to my hand. And I know just the one.
Rick, I don't have a good feeling about whatever card he just added to his hand.
With you on that one, we need to take him out fast. To end my turn. My turn.
Prime, the time has come. However, I will require 1 more monster as an offering.
Perfect. I summon Toxic Rick in attack mode. I control you. I control the universe. I'm surrounded by inferior pieces of shit. Shall we begin?
What do you find so amusing?
Pharaoh, has it never occurred to you that if your Egyptian gods come from the light, there must be gods that come from darkness?
You were wondering why I brought him along. The reason is, he's the only one who knows the chance to summon the Egyptian god of darkness.
Oh, no!
I activate the Quick Play Magic card, the Call of Apophis. Now the Shadow Game begins.
Alright, I'm gonna take a short break here. I'll be back here in about 5-10 minutes.
one. Fight! Round 2. Fight! Round 3. Fight! Round 4. Fight! Round 5. Fight!
Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt!
Round 6. Fight! Round 7. Fight!
Oh yeah. Dragon fight.
Round 8. Fight.
Makes me want to play Skyrim again. Pretty close. Oh, bitch ass dragon. Dragon lands, he's dead. Yep. Just stay in the air. Take pot shots. Bye, dragon. Oh, there he goes.
Happening now, a 16-year-old Milwaukee teen charged with homicide
I guess
after
we'll
police
watch
say
an
he
AK
crashed
video.
a stolen car, killing another teen and injuring 8 others. It happened Sunday near 68th.
I mean, the amount of fucking carnage, man. I mean, like the trail of carnage, man. It's never just like those boring ass glider crimes, man. It's always like a fucking literal movie. It's like Ronin or fucking Heat. You know what I'm saying? Or Fast and the Furious or some shit.
Happening now, a 16-year-old Milwaukee teen charged with homicide after police say he crashed a stolen car, killing another teen and injuring 8 others. It happened Sunday near 68th and Silver Spring. And as Bruce Harrison reports, the suspect is also facing other charges.
Milwaukee police say 16-year-old Jordan Williams was driving the car nearly 3 times the speed limit just a half second before the crash. Police say they were chasing this Hyundai Elantra, and after it crashed into another car, it burst into flames. Officers say the driver, Jordan Williams, reached 100 miles an hour just before the crash. 17-year-old Jamillian Brown was killed.
His memory will forever live on with us.
Brown's uncle, Devasi Williams, says his nephew had been at the state fair and chose a ride home that ended his life.
Ugh.
Williams and his family are not related to the teen charged, Jordan Williams, who was also injured.
The money doesn't matter. The job doesn't matter. A car doesn't matter. But the fact that he had a heart for his family, that's priceless.
Accused of killing Brown, fleeing officers, and injuring others in the stolen car and another car, Jordan
Car
Williams
exploded.
faces more than 100 years in prison if convicted.
My nephew, he was an innocent bystander. He didn't commit a robbery.
He was driving in a stolen car. And that just shows you, like, I'm a go with these people. I'm not even going to go against these people. He was innocent. And he just was, you know, but it's that type of shit that's sunny. Like, I've been there where you just get a ride from somebody in a stolen car. I've been there, man, plenty of times, man. You just get a ride. And you know the goddamn car stolen. You know that motherfucker don't got no goddamn car.
Yeah, we be
You know your man ain't, your 15-year-old friend don't drive no fucking Lexus. You know that. I mean, come on, man.
And back in our day, we knew because they had to pop the ball out with the fucking screwdriver, so you knew the shit was stolen. So the little when first you had to break the little triangle window in the back, so usually that was broken.
Yep.
But now they carjack them and they, you know what I'm saying, so they get the key fobs and shit. So you still, you know, your
Shit,
friend don't
you
drive
can use
no
an Apple chargers on those
2023
Kias.
Benz, man. He 50
He
years
ain't,
old.
An Apple
he
charger
ain't even
start.
have 10 miles to the weed.
That's why
yesterday,
Kias are
so,
getting it
like,
broke
he
into
ain't
do
got
in
no
these big
fucking
cities.
car.
Yeah,
They
you
use
know that car stolen.
Apple
Come on,
iPhone
man. But
chargers
it just
to just
it's just how it is.
carry on.
In the stolen car and another car, Jordan Williams faces more than 100 years in prison if convicted.
My nephew, he was an innocent bystander. He didn't commit a robbery.
Devasi Williams says he's learned from doing his own time in prison.
The heart of a man is judged by the integrity of his actions. And that means when no one is looking. Take heed to your decisions. Go to school, live life, and love family.
Police say the teen charged.
All right, brother. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. I can't be mad at that, man. Oh, man.
Own time in prison.
The heart of a man is judged by the integrity of his actions. And that means when no one is looking. Take heed to your decisions. Go to school, live life, and love family.
Police say the teen charged never had a driver's license and may face more charges based on others injured in the crash. Brown's family says their grief is a reminder how one choice can change your life.
And I just want to say, I love you, baby. And just rest in paradise. I wish you would have never got in that car.
Reporting in Milwaukee, Bruce Harrison, TMJ4.
Thanks for joining us tonight. A new posted speed limit along Prospect Avenue on Milwaukee's east side.
So the lower speed limit signs are up. So what does that mean? New enforcement. But are people really respecting the new rules? As part of Project Drive Safer, Ryan Jenkins.
Probably not right away.
The orange flags on the speed limit sign on Prospect Avenue, a reminder to drivers to slow down. So is the sign over my shoulder. New posted speed limit is 25 miles per hour here. We came with our radar gun to find out if drivers are actually slowing down with these changes now in place. 27, 26. Tracking speeds with this radar gun, and it appears most people, not all, are obeying these new posted speed limit signs.
That person was going a little fast, but still only 32.
This sign warning drivers of the new posted speed, now enforceable at 5 miles per hour slower than it was just last week.
I've seen them going, 50 plus miles an hour sometimes.
Charles Hettinger has lived on Prospect Avenue for about 6 years.
It's scary. It's infuriating.
He says speeding seems particularly bad during summertime and festival season, but he's pleased with the new engineering updates and lower speeds.
I think it's working a little bit. I've noticed a few people going a little slower.
He believes these changes will be obeyed by those who already follow the law, but he does think there are some other changes that can help cut down on the dangerous driving he experiences.
Well, I would like to see law enforcement take a little bit more aggressive action about.
We'll
pulling
put up
people
more
over.
signs. It's fine.
Okay, and then here's your problem right here, buddy.
Put up more signs. It's fine.
They pull over 100 people. They look at the data.
Yep.
Of
Yep.
these 100 people, 70.
Oh, that's racist.
2 were sons, and fucking 10 were hombreros, and 15 were white, whatever the fuck it is, right? Man, you got a big problem. You got huge. You got a bigger problem than you had with just before you just even change the speed limit. You know what I'm saying? You got a huge problem if that happens.
Well, I would like to see law enforcement take a little bit more aggressive action about pulling people over for speeding, and I would also be in favor, frankly, of an electronic system that digitally measures speed limits and sends out citations to the owner of that vehicle.
Patty Grebe lives just up the block from Charles. She's lived near Prospect Avenue for nearly 20 years.
I just wonder where the speed limit signs were before. You know, like I never knew what the speed limit was on these streets.
She says the upgrades are encouraging, especially as someone who lives at St. John's on the Lake, where a longtime resident was hit and killed while crossing the street last fall. Police tell TMJ4 News their traffic safety unit does deploy in the area. And in addition to the new speed limit, the city says they've changed walk signal timing and they plan to add raised crosswalks, concrete bump outs, and some other traffic calming infrastructure in the years ahead.
That is encouraging, but I think we need a little more police presence.
A slowdown welcomed by longtime residents of the East Side neighborhood.
Where is this at?
All right, Gladys.
Wisconsin?
You
Okay.
asked for it, man. Be careful, man. That's the thing about being a glider, man. Just even little shit like that, they're not asking for much, man. They're not asking to change the world. You know what I'm saying? And that shit could end up with everybody in that town being labeled as a racist, and the DOJ investigating their police department.
Yep. Yep.
This pic shows Thomas
Sad.
Whitaker celebrating his college graduation with his mom Patricia and his brother Kevin. But in reality, Thomas flunked out of school and
Hey.
devised a plan to ensure that his family would never find
Hey,
out. When they
get a
returned
shout
home
out,
the
please,
same
bro.
night this photo was
Hey, easy
taken,
peasy.
a hitman hired by
Yeah,
Thomas
man.
ambushed the family, killing Patricia and Kevin and wounding the father, Ken. Thomas was
give me a
initially
second. I'll
sentenced to
go
death for
I'll
the
go check you
murders,
out.
but was spared just 40
I
minutes
don't know what you
before
want
his
to shout out here
execution in
for.
2018.
But
Turns out
sure.
his surviving father forgave him and requested that his only surviving family member to not be executed. These were just some of the wedding rings that were removed from victims of Buchenwald concentration camp during the Holocaust. Waist shopping was a popular execution method in ancient China that involved sawing the body clean in half. But it was outlawed in 1734 after a Chinese official was cut in half and still managed to write the Chinese word for awful 7 times in his own blood. 107. This pic shows Tom.
Where's channeling? Channel. E. I'm blind. Hey, there you are. What are you peddling here? Ooh,
What name
wolves?
is given to a feather dipped in ink and used as a pen? A quibble, quill, quiff, or quip? It's definitely a quill. You know, those ones from Porcupines. Thank you very much.
Oh, we got.
And I'll
all
take
right.
that
I got.
10K.
All right, go sub to this little guy. Like, sorry, if you're younger guy, younger fellow. Yes. Let's. What do you got? I obliterated solar system, solar smash, some plays, some let's plays. All right, cool, man. Yes, I sent you a sub. Hey, if you're out there, send this guy a sub. Help him out. You caught me. Oh, I was just getting off. I was about to get off here and play a game. I think this will be the last one. This will be the last video that we view. And then I'm gonna play some Octopath Traveler. Octopath Traveler 2.
Hey everyone, Nigel and Luke here,
And
welcome to
later
another
tonight,
edition
I'll be playing
of Crimes of the Week
Star Wars:
International.
The Old Republic. So don't worry, I'll get to that game. Go check
Representatives
out
from England's Cambridgeshire
go
police
check
say
out
that
the
a
guy in
26-year-old man
the
has been
comments
sentenced
here.
to prison time this week
Help him out. Give him
following a
give him
recent
few
incident in which he
subscriptions.
led police on a high-speed chase, only to find himself foiled by a bit of foliage. According to reports, the whole thing began just after noon on July 7th, when police attempted to conduct a traffic stop on a blue Kia in the town of Huntingdon. However, rather than stopping, the driver, 26-year-old Michael Ledley, panicked and drove off. It turned out that Ledley had a pretty good reason to be nervous. He had more than $1,900 worth of cocaine in his vehicle and was already on parole for another drug offense at the time. Unfortunately for the 26-year-old, despite weaving in and out of traffic and driving 80 in a 40-mile-per-hour zone, he wasn't able to avoid police for long. The short-lived chase came to an end when he accidentally swerved off the road and into some dense bushes where he got stuck. Following his arrest, Ledley pleaded guilty to a number of offenses, including possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply, possession of Class C drugs with intent to supply, dangerous driving, driving otherwise than in accordance with a license, and driving with no insurance. This week, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Authorities in the Australian state of Victoria say that a family has been left incredibly shaken this week after an elderly man was the victim of a terrifying unprovoked shooting just steps from his home, one that police now believe may have been a case of mistaken identity. According to reports, the incident began at around 7:50 p.m. on August 17th, when the victim, 76-year-old David Nairn, heard the doorbell ring at his home on Canterbury Road in the Melbourne suburb of Middle Park. David went to answer the door. However, when he opened up, no one was there. Noticing that the gate to his front yard was open, David reportedly walked a few steps outside to investigate when he was approached by an unknown man. The man, who was dressed in a full-body outfit that has been described either as a hazmat suit or a painter's suit, proceeded to pull out a gun. David's wife and daughter, who were also home at the time, Catherine and Claire, later told media that they heard some words exchanged between David and the stranger before a loud sound rang out. Upon running outside, they realized David had been shot in the leg. Luckily for David, his wife is a doctor and his daughter is a nurse, so they were quickly able to get his bleeding under control while they waited for an ambulance to arrive. He was rushed to a local hospital where he was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Unfortunately, by the time police arrived, the shooter was long gone. He was last seen running across the street towards Albert Park Lake. At the time of this recording, it appears that police are still actively searching for the unknown suspect. Given the fact that David and his family have no known enemies, and the family says they can't think of any reason someone would want to harm him, investigators believe that he might not have been the intended target of the attack. Instead, they say that the crime may have been a case of mistaken identity, one that's all the more concerning given the apparent planning that went into it. Any members of the public with information about the shooting are now being encouraged by police to come forward, especially those who might have surveillance video or dashcam footage from the area. The situation is still developing. Authorities in the Italian region of Piemonte say that a 21-year-old Dutch national is in custody this week following a 2-day manhunt after he allegedly stabbed 2 people to death. According to reports, the incident unfolded on the afternoon of August 16th at a small mountain village property in the community of Montaldo de Mondovi, located close to the border with France. The suspect, later identified as 21-year-old Sasha Chang, had apparently arrived at the residence alongside his 65-year-old father, Hein Fa, to spend a few days with a family friend who owned the place. While it's unclear exactly what transpired that afternoon, local media reports suggest that at around 4 p.m., Sasha got into an argument with his father. Things allegedly escalated when the 21-year-old grabbed a knife, attacking his father, then the family friend when he attempted to intervene. Neighbors who apparently overheard the commotion immediately alerted police. However, sadly, by the time they arrived, there was little they could do. Hein Fa was pronounced dead at the scene, while the other victim succumbed to his injuries on the way to the hospital. Sasha was nowhere to be found. The terrifying incident prompted a manhunt for the 21-year-old, while members of the public were encouraged to stay inside and not venture out into the surrounding countryside. The search came to an end 2 days later when Sasha was found hiding in the woods after first being spotted on a bench outside of a church in a community roughly 7.5 miles away from where the murders took place. He was taken into custody without issue. While it appears no official motive has been released at the time of this recording, multiple local sources claim that the 21-year-old suspect suffers from undisclosed psychiatric issues. Authorities in the Uruguayan department of Canelones say that an elderly couple are lucky to be alive this week, following a terrifying ordeal in which their estranged son allegedly showed up at their home during the middle of a family event and tried to murder them. The incident unfolded sometime on the afternoon of August 20th, when one of the victims was celebrating her 80th birthday at her home in the Montevideo suburb of Ciudad de la Costa. She and her 82-year-old husband had invited a bunch of their children, grandchildren, and other family members over, and everyone was enjoying the party, when out of nowhere, things took a horrifying turn. Unbeknownst to the couple, their 48-year-old son, who had reportedly spent the last 20 years living in Spain, had been planning to kill them for months. That afternoon, he drove his motorcycle to the area, parked it well away from the crime scene, and then hopped fences through several neighbors' yards before climbing into their residence through an open window. Once inside, he pulled out a handgun and, without a word, started shooting at his mother and father. Though the 48-year-old managed to hit his mother in the neck and his father in the foot, these would be the only two shots he would get off. As he tried to fire more rounds, his gun jammed, providing brave Good Samaritans with a vital window to intervene. One of those who ended up subduing the gunman was a young off-duty police officer who had only been on the job for about a month and who just so happened to live a couple doors down. Thankfully, both victims survived. According to reports, the 48-year-old suspect was motivated to commit the heinous crime over a supposed land dispute. The exact details of this dispute are unclear, though some reports state that it had to do with a house that the suspect felt belonged to him that his parents had put in his brother's name. He had allegedly returned to Uruguay from Spain a few months ago, and ever since had been planning his revenge against his parents. The 48-year-old is now facing aggravated attempted homicide charges over the incident and remains in custody. None of the names of those involved in the case have been released at this time. Officials in Kenya say that 2 people are in custody this week following the tragic murder of a promising Rwandan runner, a situation that is believed to have been the result of a deadly love triangle. According to reports, 34-year-old Rubaiyita Saragi first arrived in Kenya in 2017. Like thousands of other runners before him, he had come to develop his skills at the globally renowned training center in the town of Iten, with dreams of one day representing his home country of Rwanda on the world stage. While running was Siragi's life, those close to him say that eventually he also found love when he met Kenya medical training college student 28-year-old Nelvin Ajuma. The two became close, and for 2 years they dated. Though many of Siragi's friends say that they expected the pair to get married, it appears that the couple broke up in December of last year. After that, Ajuma began seeing a new man, another athlete, 27-year-old Duncan Kamala. This is where things get fuzzy. While some of those close to Siragi say that he and Ajuma rekindled their romance at some point, others say that they simply remained friends. Regardless, it seems that they had a close relationship, one that supposedly began to increasingly get under the skin of Duncan Kamala. On the afternoon of August 17th, Siragi reportedly left his residence, telling his roommates that he was going out to do a bit of last-minute shopping. The following day, he was supposed to travel to Uganda to pick up a visa that he needed for an upcoming running competition in Italy. Since he was going to be gone for a while, he wanted to get a small gift for Ajuma to say goodbye. The 34-year-old packed his bags in preparation for his trip and then left the house. A few hours later, Siragi's roommates became concerned when he failed to return and they were unable to reach him. It wasn't until the following day that they learned the heartbreaking news. Their friend was dead. According to reports, Siragi's body was found at the side of a local road sometime between the night of August 17th and the morning of August 18th. He had clearly been the victim of a brutal beating. Authorities now allege that the 34-year-old was attacked by Kamala after dropping off his gift for Ajuma at her house. While there, it's believed that Kamala learned of the visit, after which he came and violently confronted Saragi. At the time of this recording, police say that they have detained both Kamala and Ajuma in connection with the case. It's unclear why Ajuma was also taken into custody, though it's possible that this is related to unconfirmed allegations from some of those close to Saragi that she was in on the murder as well. So far, police have yet to lay charges in connection with the case, though say that their investigation is ongoing. Authorities in the Chinese city of Taizhou say that they are searching for an unknown woman this week after she was accused of carrying out a bizarre and deceitful scheme in order to scam free food in compensation from local restaurants. According to reports, the whole thing came to light last week after the unidentified suspect walked into a local restaurant and placed an order for several different dishes. Not long after receiving her food, the woman called staff members over to her table, showing them a long hair that she said she had found in her meal. After apologizing profusely, the owner of the restaurant said that he would replace the food and had the kitchen prepare a whole fresh order. However, when the food arrived, the same thing happened. Once again, the woman claimed that she had found a hair in her food. By this point, the woman reportedly appeared agitated and started to say that the restaurant was unhygienic. The embarrassed owner apologized a second time, gave her another order of food, and said that everything was free. Though this appeared to fix everything, the owner couldn't shake the feeling that something about the situation felt wrong. Finally, it occurred to him. Both of the hairs that the woman claimed to find in her food were quite long, and all of the people who worked in his kitchen had short hair. That's when he decided to review CCTV footage from the day before to see if he could figure out what had happened. To the owner's astonishment, when he looked over the footage, he learned that his instincts had been right. Bizarrely, the woman was caught on camera mixing her own hair into her food both times. Realizing that he had been scammed,
yummy.
The owner filed a report with local police. Upon seeing the footage, officers said that they recognized the woman in the video. It turned out that she had been doing this same thing at a number of restaurants in the area. While most of the time the scam had resulted in free food, in some cases the woman had even managed to demand financial compensation from the embarrassed and apologetic business owners, who were understandably worried about rumors of unhygienic food ruining their restaurants' reputations. At the time of this recording, it's unclear if the woman has yet been identified. According to the latest available information we could find, police were still searching for her at the time of this recording. Authorities in the South Korean capital of Seoul say that a 30-year-old man is in custody this week following the brutal and terrifying murder of a woman on a hiking trail. According to reports, the incident took place on August 17th on a trail in Silim, an area of Gwanak district in the city's south. Police were alerted around noon when hikers in the area reported hearing what sounded like the screams of an unknown woman. When officers arrived, they traveled to a hillside along the trail where they found both a man and a female victim. The woman was unconscious, though appeared to have suffered injuries to her head. The man was arrested at the scene and later identified as 30-year-old Choi Yun-jung. Sadly, the victim, who was said to be an elementary school teacher also in her 30s, died in the hospital from her injuries 2 days later. Authorities now allege that on the day of the crime, Choi chillingly went out on the hiking trail looking for a random woman to attack. When he came across the victim, he reportedly beat her with a blunt. Another edition of Crimes of the Week International. Representatives from England's Cambridgeshire police say that a 26-year-old man who's been sentenced to prison time this week following a recent incident in which he led police on a high-speed chase, only to find himself foiled by a bit of foliage. According to reports, the whole thing began just after noon on July 7th, when police attempted to conduct a traffic stop on a blue Kia in the town of Huntingdon. However, rather than stopping, the driver, 26-year-old Michael Ledley, panicked and drove off. It turned out that Ledley had a pretty good reason to be nervous. He had more than $1,900 worth of cocaine in his vehicle and was already on parole for another drug offense at the time. 2 days. If you're a regular viewer of our Crimes of the Week International series, then you might remember that last week we brought you a heartbreaking story out of the English county of Surrey. It was here, in a house in the village of Horsell in the early morning hours of August 10th, that police discovered the lifeless body of a young girl named Sarah Sharif. No one else was home at the time. If you'll recall, at the time of our last report, little additional information was available about the case. The few details that had been released were alarming, including the fact that the situation was being investigated as a homicide, and that it was believed that all three people wanted for questioning in connection with the case had fled the country prior to the discovery of Sarah's body. While the investigation is still very much developing, several new pieces of information have been reported since the time of our last recording, so we decided we would do a bit of an update. For starters, we now know all the names of the people who are wanted for questioning in relation to Sarah's death. They have been identified as her father, 41-year-old Irfan Sharif, her stepmother, 29-year-old Bainash Batul, and one of her paternal uncles, 28-year-old Faisal Malik. It's now alleged that the three fled to their native Pakistan the day before Sarah's body was found, taking 5 other children in the family with them, including Sarah's 13-year-old brother. Not only that, but it's been reported that it was a call made by Irfan Sharif shortly after arriving in the country that led police to the horrifying discovery. As for where Irfan and the others are now, that remains a mystery. Pakistani authorities, who are now taking an active role in the case, say that they have reason to believe that the group briefly returned to Irfan's family home in the city of Jhelum. However, it appears that they have since fled. Other family members claim that they have no idea where they could be, though police say that they do not believe them, with one source saying, quote, "They are telling us a pack of lies." At least 2 of Irfan's other brothers have since been detained as part of the investigation for questioning. One of these brothers, Imran Sharif, has since claimed that Sarah's death was accidental and that she died during a fall down the stairs. He reportedly told authorities that his brother panicked after the death and fled the UK, fearing that the rest of his children would be taken away from him. Other pieces of information appear to contradict this story, though, particularly reports which state that a handwritten note was found with Sarah's body claiming that a person known to the family had beaten her to death. The note allegedly reads, quote, "Whoever sees this, it was redacted who killed Sarah by beating. I am running away because I am scared." Still further reports suggest that something even more sinister may have been going on, after Surrey police revealed that they had broadened the scope of their investigation. This allegedly came after post-mortem tests showed that Sarah sustained, quote, "multiple and extensive injuries," which were, quote, "likely to have been caused over a sustained and extended period of time." At the time of this recording, the manhunt for Irfan, Bainash, and Faisal continues in Pakistan, while police in the UK are simultaneously appealing to the public for anyone who might be able to shed further light on Sarah Sharif's home life prior to her death. The situation is still developing. Before we wrap up, we'd like to take a second to give a huge shout out to everyone who has made it this far into the video. Seriously, thank you so much for watching. If you found today's upload interesting and informative, we'd be honored if you consider liking and subscribing, as well as hitting the notification bell and selecting all notifications to stay up to date with our latest releases. If you're looking for additional ways to help support the channel, we'd love to have you join us over on Patreon. Patrons get ad-free and early access to all of our content, as well as 4 additional stories per week for each of our Crimes of the Week and Crimes of the Week International videos. You can learn more at patreon.com/crimezone, where you'll also find some of the fine folks whose names are currently on screen. All that being said, we understand that not everyone has the means to support financially, and that's totally okay.
Alright, everybody. That's going to be it for my day show. I'll be moving on to playing Octopath Traveler 2. And later on tonight, I'll be playing Star Wars The Old Republic. Thank you for staying tuned. If you're interested, I'll be back on here roughly within 30 minutes here. So, hope to see you then.